I think we're live. I think we're good.
Yep, we are live.
To explain that little number, though, I had asked for a Chick-fil-A cookie, and Ellen had failed to bring me one, so she instead went to CVS and got me an almond Hershey bar and brought it in here. She's like, "Oh, I got this for you like 2 days ago, but I forgot about it. It's just been sitting in my bathroom since." And I'm like, "Oh, bathroom chocolate with nuts. What do you think that's? Oh, delicious." And she's like, "No, don't talk about bathroom chocolate with nuts, since I had to clean a bathroom today that could be described as bathroom chocolate with nuts." And then proceeded to tell me every single angle she had to clean at. But yeah, so started off strong. Great appetite.
That section is definitely going in a clip somewhere.
I don't know, it didn't look like you were live while we were doing our back and forth there for a second.
No, the stream popped up just as Ellen was giving you a kiss and then leaving.
Oh, that's okay.
So it started off cute.
It started off cute, and then suddenly, bathroom chocolate with nuts story immediately following.
It do be like that.
We're a classy stream here, guys.
Speaking of, last session.
Yeah, speaking of last session.
Very mature.
Was definitely me tapping into a brain that I had locked away for many years. Somehow resurfaced. Also, do we all have our dice?
Yeah.
We're gonna have a compilation to do.
We're gonna have a compilation of it.
We're gonna have a compilation
Stop
for everything.
bullying me. I'm not Alex. I'm gonna get your Twitter canceled. None of us even have Twitters.
I have a Twitter.
Oh, good. I can cancel you guys. Devin and I, though, hermits.
Pariahs of the internet world.
The only thing I've used my social media for in the last few weeks is to insult Zack Snyder, and I am completely fine with that being my online image. Just fuck that man.
That's how you know he's a film major.
Fuck that talentless, edgy hack.
Well, my bitrate seems to be stabilized now, so that's good.
Oh, he did Batman versus Superman. That's terrible.
He made one good movie, and I am convinced he had no part in it. That was 300. I'm convinced he had nothing because that movie looks good. His color palette is gray. That's it. He doesn't want you to see his film. I hate that man.
The opposite energy of NBC's Hannibal, where you're like, wow, this is beautifully shot. If I could fucking see anything.
At least the lighting makes sense for the tone.
Dark.
There was a moment where, because me and Cameron hadn't seen the Batman versus Superman movie, and his dad was like watching it in the background, and we're just watching this fight scene, and it's jump cutting so many times that it's like, am I missing like half the fight here? What's going on?
Literally, I thought we were watching like a pirated movie that had just frames cut out of it. I hate action scenes like that. I hate action scenes where they're just like, we're gonna make it so they can't see anything and shake the camera around a lot so they know it's action-y.
Yeah, it's really dumb. I hate cutting away from action, like as if something's gonna happen. It takes away any impact or momentum the scene has.
Martial arts films have been doing high action good for years. Just look at what they do in China.
Yeah. Or just watch a fucking low-budget action film. Because they do cool shit for, like, not a lot of money. You can do it. You just have to, like, go with it.
They just don't have to pay for choreographers that way.
Yeah.
Just look like you know what you're doing. We're gonna cut out all the shit that looks inappropriate. All right. Are y'all ready?
I've sufficiently slandered Zack Snyder for the week. I'm good.
Had to get that out in
Yeah, of course.
the universe.
I have to, like, all the time.
Has to do it live. Doesn't feel right otherwise.
All right. Yep.
You guys ready to go through a hell forest with a succubus?
No. God, no.
Good. Then you're ready.
Unfortunately, we have no way to get rid of her. Hey, at least she's not longer possessing anyone.
True.
And we didn't have in the stipulation that she couldn't repossess someone, though.
Oh, you guys couldn't hurt each other, so. Until
I don't
she
know, does
leaves.
possession count as hurting? That is a good question, because that's kind of a gray area.
Thank you, John Claude Von Damme. That's a mouthful for following. If you've liked us before we started, then you just have strange taste, and I have no way else to put it. The content hasn't even started yet. But it's very clippable. Anywho, so you guys have hit the second layer of the Gehenna Forest, Libidine, and after at least one unsuccessful possession, poor Arthur was possessed by a succubus. And if you want to see what happened in that episode, check me out on youtube.com/thebadluckgamer.
If you want to watch 3 hours of me growing more and more uncomfortable.
If you want to watch
While
me give...
we awkwardly tried to get rid of the succubus, and we ultimately succeed, but I wouldn't say we win.
If you want to see me
Alexi, Finwith, and Richard arguably did kind of win in a way.
Richard only settled for a kiss. He didn't go the whole way.
Alright, well, bad on him.
He don't stick his thing in crazy. Personal philosophy of his.
Says the necromancer with a kill switch on his tongue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he settled for a kiss. He sticks his tongue in crazy.
Anyway, so if you want to see me give sexual innuendo for 3 hours straight, go check it out on YouTube. It's great. And by great, I mean exhausting, and I hope I never have to do it again. Anyway, so you guys made a deal with Meridania that she will stop possessing your friend if you all sacrifice a good amount of your life energy to her, and then promise that neither party shall hurt each other until she leaves. Well, she drained you guys of all your life force. Well, not all, but 99% of it. But she's hanging around, and you guys can't hurt her until she leaves. So, Ishtar, Finwith, Alexi, and Richard are passed out on the ground. Well, are groggy, passed out-ish on the ground. They're not technically out unconscious, but you guys have, you're exhausted in more ways than one. And, now it's just currently Arthur watching over everything. And Meridania is currently sitting on Finwith's flank, enjoying her. Uh-oh. Our internet died for a second.
Oh,
That was unfortunate. Seems to be okay. Only mildly concerning. Anyway, so yeah. As it's just Arthur and Meridania there. And it's a tense situation. And the morning has just started.
well,
Oh yeah, also I think I feel like I should reiterate. You guys are in a hell forest and incredibly weak at the moment. Sounds like fun. So, after about an hour, everyone is starting to regain some of their energy a bit. Enough to stand, but you all still feel heavily drained in more ways than one. I'm sorry, it's low-hanging fruit. I can't help myself. What do you guys do?
You said we had started to recover? Or are we still at one?
You're at 2 now after an
Oh,
hour.
exciting!
I know.
Only 63 more to go!
So, you guys have a decision to make. What you're going to do, as you still need to traverse the forest, but also not die. So,
Because what all does presence affect besides your saves?
that's pretty much your saves.
Okay.
yeah, not having good magic saves doesn't sound good here.
No. I mean, like, pretty much anywhere else in the world, you'd probably be, like, generally okay if you didn't have a way to banish things or, you know, didn't have, like, super crazy saves. But, the fucking Hell Forest of Moth? Not so much.
Alcohol is very potent now, though, so look at the bright sides.
I think I've run out of the last of the addictive stuff. And definitely not carrying around the regular old goodness. There's just a low grumble of complaint from Fitwith.
Alexi kind of just like raises himself and kind of like leans against one of the trees, I suppose. Kind of like sits there. It's like a really, really bad hangover. But mentally shrugs and it's like, worth it.
Arthur, you just see Alexi over there looking fucked, but with a slight, like, bittersweet smile on his face.
Arthur's trying to calm himself down. He's really fucking pissed off and he can't do anything about it. So yeah, it's just trying to cool.
By the way, for you northerners, it's strange, but this is the first time you felt really cold. in anywhere but the far north.
Actually, I don't.
Well, you resist the effects of extreme conditions.
So fill them.
Oh, I was talking about the sword's ability.
I believe it just says you ignore penalties for extreme cold. Well, about
He's
to have you guys
definitely
roll
not dropping.
physical resistance against some kind of cold condition right now. You guys have a very low chance of success.
It's fine. I'll just take another shift and grow better fur.
Ishtar like slowly sits up, tries to hold herself up, somehow manages to stabilize after a few failed attempts to sit upright, but she's just like sitting there, like almost seeming like she's trying to clear her head, just staring off into a direction of the forest.
So, how do you think we're good to like stay around then? You don't think like a day would over matter to him, right?
Honestly, don't know. At the same time, if we sit here, who knows what else could sneak up on us.
That's true. The forest is full of all kinds of horrible demons.
He like, you can see like his fist clenching, like yeah, but like, oh.
It's like when you wake up really fucked up in the morning from just sleeping wrong or whatever, and you can't close your fists. You're just too weak. You got morning hands.
He wants to fight, but he just can't do it. Well, sitting around or moving, I guess we're probably gonna run into stuff either way.
Meridania like shrugs as she like lightly caresses Finwith's flank, and she says like, "Well, I could do something about that, I suppose. Give you some sweet reprieve. That's what we're good at, after all."
He just huffs like a long breath and just thunks his head back into his like crossed arms underneath. Unless you can keep stuff from messing with us. You messing with us anymore though, is he like half like tries to get up and then just kind of like between her weight and how tired he is, he just kind of like shifts slightly to be able to look at everybody better. Just settles back down.
She adjusts and tries to keep her balance the best she can. She's not very heavy. She's very petite. But she's like, "Oh, no worries. I don't have interest in men who can get a little rough." But she kind of pushes off in with a bit and lands on the ground. You're the first people I've seen in a good long while, and you all have, well, given me something I've so longed for. The least I can do is at least give you a chance.
What do you mean by a chance?
Well, let's see. She places a finger to her lips, and her fingernail begins to grow like a hot ember that grows to a bright yellowish white light. And she whips her hand around, and a giant like circle is formed on the ground around you guys that burns that same kind of embery color before dying out. And she's like, "There. Anything looking in will see neither hide nor hair of us. Nor were they able to hear, smell, or sense us unless they can detect your spirits. Fortunately, she turns to you all and smile. You guys don't have too much of that right now.
Something walks by. Oh, there's a bunch of rocks over there.
Must be a colony of ants.
Well, if that's the case, guess we should take the day to rest then.
Can't sit around for too long, though.
True. But right now, I'm in no condition to fight.
I could probably continue fighting right now if I really wanted to, but I will leave the decision up to you all. And he kind of like wobbles for a second because he sat up for this to like put on a bit of bravado.
Give a head rush just by moving forward a couple inches too fast. Richard is just like, I'm all good for waiting here a day or two.
What's the rate that presence comes back?
Once every hour.
All right.
It'll be at least something.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, there's nothing to do. Immediately, it looks like mildly distraught.
How long does your circle last?
As long as I want.
Okay.
So as long as I feel obligated to do so.
Well, provided they're not all like super uncomfortable, I guess you could, trade stories that aren't. He pauses. Never mind. Questions? We can answer questions. You haven't left like the forest in a while, I guess, ever.
Oh dear, you don't need to please me any more than you already have.
It's mostly just nothing to do.
Well, I can at least help you with resting somewhat. As she gets up, raises her hands, and everyone needs to make an MR check, or you can just not resist.
Ishtar's in
No,
no
fuck it.
position to resist.
Arthur can if he wants because he's stubborn.
Resisting.
Okay. Can I make an MR check?
At least you have the presence to resist.
That's a good roll.
Someone's got to keep on their toes, Arthur.
47.
147. Okay, you resist. For everyone else, very nice cushioned mattresses, couches, and other types of furniture, warm and soft to the touch, manifest in the surrounding area.
Where did they fucking get in a forest?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's weird, but strangely the area just feels rather homey. For everyone but Arthur, anyway, who just sees cold, hard ground, wet, dewy grass, and dark, menacing trees about, as you see everyone clamber on to nothing, and then seem to really enjoy that patch of grass they're rolling in at the moment.
Just a moment of. Alright. Fucking weird shit. Like, keeps happening. As he takes his normal thing of sending out his detect key and is just waiting. Did being possessed count as sleep, by the way?
You feel very energized, actually.
Then he doesn't need to sleep for a while.
Yeah, she slept as you,
Yeah.
so she took a power nap.
Okay, at some point, Ishtar, before she went to sleep, would have tried to take the slave collar off Arthur because he's still wearing it.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was
Still
wearing the
has
slave
it.
collar.
I know what this does. I
Don't ask
don't want it.
questions. Don't ask questions. Just take it off.
He's purposefully not.
She like tries to reach up for you. She's like, just bend down. I can't
Does so.
stand. And she does take it off. And shoves it back in her bag before she passes out.
It's really bizarre to watch all your friends just compliment how soft these cushions are as they just fondle the ground. It's really humorous, but also just it's a bizarre moment.
It's like being the sober friend in a bunch of drunks.
It really is.
They're all like high as balls. They're just, tell me more about the cool unicorn over there.
This is the softest thing ever, and they're like laying on a concrete stoop.
But yeah, so it's a very strange circumstance. Granted, for all of them, they're comfortable and warm, and it's sweet, sweet anodyne for their situation.
Weird magic shit. Like, the more he travels with these people, the more they just throw at him that he's like, the fuck? Like, alright, I guess.
You could ask what they're doing, but I guess you don't want to know the answer.
Not really.
Especially because she just obviously did something.
She just sits on a rock and leans back in what should be a very uncomfortable angle. But she seems
She
fine.
curls up in a big comfy like chair. Pile of pillows.
To you guys, she does. And she just looks over at Arthur and she's like, come on, sit down, relax.
Fuck off.
Ben would like reaches over for like a pillow and just thwoops it at you. So you see him like reach for something and just thwop before he flops back.
Just
Does
Finn will
the
go,
pillow just fall into him? Or does it fly through?
It flies through, but it like seems to like bounce off of him harmlessly from your perspective.
So you nailed him.
So, I'm assuming you guys set out your burner, your incense burner, so none of y'all,
Yeah.
have any issues.
Oh, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
So,
Got
everyone,
all this oil for something.
everyone needs to make, I believe it is a MR check? No, presence check.
Presents.
I was gonna say another MR for dreams.
It's a complete gamble. Everyone roll a D100 and see who gets higher, essentially. Because they're going to dictate the dream you guys have.
Plus a whole 2. Exciting.
Oh no.
Oh, we got a draw.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
I was not expecting this.
I wasn't either.
And Mr. Hell Knight himself honestly didn't get that high. So,
Finally, no more dreams you have to do for him.
How does this roll go? Do you?
That's a good one. I don't think the item mentions if they draw either. Well, Finwith and Richard get a show as they're in a strange convalescence of two different dream states overlapping each other, with the two individual dreamers unaware of each other's presence. So, who would like to state their dream first?
Want to give us some whiplash between like really pleasant or weird dreams versus like fucking childhood traumas?
Which one do I want to go with for this one? All right. So, for Alexi's contribution to the dream is a very cold, snowy landscape. One that you guys are probably familiar with to a degree, of Hoffman and a not much younger Alexi, but probably a few years or so, going out on a hunt with a group of his other Frostcollier, as they are going on a hunt for a Arc Chimera.
An Arc Chimera or Arctic Chimera?
Arctic Chimera, sorry.
I was about to say, like,
There's a
that's
pretty
like,
big
he
difference
takes
there.
you on an Arc Chimera? What the fuck?
They mean some serious shit. You gotta prove yourself early.
It's that meme from How to Train Your Dragon where it's like, isn't this dangerous for us kids? I believe in learning on the job. It just opens the door.
Yeah.
But yes, his dream is is remembering a fond time of when him and the Frostcollier actually went and hunted an Arctic Chimera. Because I rolled on the happier side of the dreams.
Adding to the snow theme, to make this even more complicated of a transition. For Ishtar's contribution, people watching find themselves standing in a what appears to be a very decently walled off garden behind a church. Looks like a fresh layer of snow has come down, and they hear the patter of footsteps coming through a doorway. And you see a very young Ishtar, maybe about 10 years old, in her church outfit attire, taking off her good shoes and then running around barefoot in the snow and playing. But as soon as she hears noises inside the church, she will quickly glance up, pause, moments of paranoia, almost as if she knows she's not supposed to be outside, but waiting for a moment before she has to run in.
For the observers, which is mostly Finwith and Richard, it's a very strange warping of space and time as the scene will blend into itself from garden to snowtop. Anytime a important moment or a moment of some significance comes up, you guys are pulled from one dream to the next. As Alexi is sitting there around a fire pits with like 4 feet of snow just bordering around them. A bunch of big men talking and ribbing each other and having a generally good time. And then, your perspective being bled away to young Ishtar just running around barefoot in the snow, making various like miniature snow people and enjoying themselves with the sound of ominous voices, deep but inaudible, or at least not inaudible, but you can't understand what they're saying. And kind of that welling up feeling of a sense of anxiety and almost dread. Do either of your dreams take any special twists or turns?
I'd say Ishtar's does. As the anxiety for her eventually builds, a mist suddenly begins to move down from the mountain into the churchyard, concealing the church doorway. And a voice is heard, a feminine voice, just calling Ishtar's name. And in fear, panic, instead of running towards the church, she runs towards the voice, which leads her out of the garden into these small town streets, and eventually leading her towards the icy peaks of the mountain nearby. Before seeming to lose the voice and just end of her dream, just standing around looking lost.
No particularly crazy turns for Alexis.
Okay. Given the conditions you guys are currently in, you all end up sleeping for a good long while.
Good. Then Finwith doesn't get bored and talk everybody's ear off out of desperation. Unfortunately, this does mean that Arthur instead is going insane with boredom, staring down a succubus.
He's not looking. He's guarding.
As you're looking out and about, let's roll on the moth table of fuck.
Hey, if you see any trades of ghosts, don't go fucking looking again.
I'm sure you paid very close attention to all other supernatural stuff that was explained to us, all right?
Of course. Sounds like me.
Oh, good. I was hoping it'd be this one.
Not sure I like the sound of that.
Just rereading on this real quick. Okay. So as you're keeping an eye out, it's getting late into the evening, which is somewhat concerning as your friends have not woken in over 12 hours at this point.
Though he's still sensing Key, and he knows that they're alive. So it's weird, but he's like, all right, I don't need to panic yet. I'm not alone in moth like yet.
Something triggers your sense, though, but it's strange. It seems incredibly vague. Where before you could sense life forces rather strongly and you could get a general pinpoint in direction, this feels more soft, very diluted compared to normal life forces. Even the succubus gives off a generally consistent, strong life force. But this is vague, and whatever it is as it moves, you can't pinpoint its location until it seems to stop moving. Then you hear a loud caw from like a crow. Louder than it should be. But then
Arthur has a handout preparing to summon the guns.
But then it lets out another caw, and this time it gets deformed as it comes out, sounding rather demonic and horrifying. Even with your dark vision, you don't really see much of anything, but you feel the life force kind of get closer and closer before something moves in your vision and kind of quickly yet softly like glides to the ground and then stops. It's about 60 or so feet away from the camp.
He is currently backing up towards the lantern, just in case.
It lets out another caw, but this time it kind of modulates and morphs into what almost sounds like a male human's groan. A horrifying sound.
Unnerved. This is a horrifying situation.
And as you're looking at it, it's not that far, and you have pretty good eyesight. But its form is messy. What has a vaguely bird-like shape, this thing is larger, though. It's about, 5 times the size of a normal crow. The size of a large dog. And as it moves, it's almost as if amorphous shadow is wrapping around it. And some of what you think at first are more like solid bits of it, you watch as some of that bleeds into the shadow surrounding it. Even with your dark vision, you lose track of it sometimes. It just becomes a black blur.
Arthur.
Yeah.
Arthur, get a piece of it.
I'd rather not fight this thing while you guys
Arthur,
are
I want to pet one. Give it to me.
We may come across it later, like when you guys can actually fight.
Coward.
It seems to turn in the direction of the camp and look, and through the shadows, you can see a set of 3 red eyes momentarily come into view before
See, it
being
knows it belongs with me.
Obscured by the shadow again.
He stands there, ready. He doesn't know if this thing can sense ki somehow. Staring right at them, he doesn't want to risk it.
It begins to let out a bunch of caws, and at first, the first one sounds normal, but with each repetition, they become more and more deformed. At some point, it even sounds like an infant crying. It suddenly takes flight, goes somewhat towards the camp, and then suddenly ascends up past the canopy and disappears.
He watches it fly out, like almost about to summon the gun, but kind of waits, watching it fly off, then sensing it fly off.
Again, somewhat messy, and it's very disconcerting as you can't pinpoint its location down. But it does seem to get further and further away.
He doesn't relax his hand, or just in general, until he senses this thing leave his 800-foot radius.
Suddenly, you hear behind you, "Caw, caw!" as Meridania attempts to spook you before she lets out a trilling laugh, watching your tension.
I actually want to see if Arthur has any reaction to that.
Sure, roll a composure check.
That's a 98. Actually, 100 and 102.
102. It causes that kind of start feeling in your chest, but you don't visibly show being startled.
And he gives no reaction. Doesn't turn, just goes back to his spot. Relaxes his hand. And sits again.
That was a close one. You almost ran afoul with the cuckoo.
You think you could run me over with puns, Cameron?
It's Meridania, and she just took the opportunity, I guess.
She has to practice non-sexual puns sometimes.
I guess fair.
This is how she sharpens her wits.
Listen, she's been alone for a very long time. She's had a lot of time to practice and think of clever quips. She's got so many stockpiled. Do you know how many Snapple bottle lids she's ready to unleash on you?
There is a slight, shaking of his head, but he keeps looking forward.
As if Arthur wouldn't like puns.
If you don't inquire about it, she doesn't tell you. But I'll tell you because I love telling you guys more bits about Moth.
See, I want to hear about it. I just don't want to hear about it from her. That's
fair.
Arthur's mentality.
Please tell us about it in her voice as she narrates to him unasked. So we all get to walk away from this with something, except for Alex.
Unfortunately, she's not too interested in someone who's just so bland.
Good.
The cuckoo is a very terrifying symbol to fathers across Moth. It is a creature of ill omen, and it steals bad or disobedient children. It's typically represented as a bird black as night whose shape merges with the chaotic shadows surrounding it. People attribute its many powers, like blinding people with simply cawing, or steering their souls with the mere touch of its feathers. The cuckoo is said to know the smell of innocence in children and the stench of wicked adults. Whereas it respects the former, it never injures the good children. It hates the latter and plucks out their eyes of any corrupt grown adults it meets. Nobody knows for certain where it takes the bad children or what it does to them, but the popular belief is that it devours them slowly, starting with their eyeballs. If there is a way to destroy it, or even to stop it, it has yet to be discovered.
A good thing
Nice.
Ishtar is no longer a child. And all of us are good beans.
Sure
Right?
we are.
Yeah.
Totally did not have relations with a succubus recently.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. We had to get our friend back.
Years ago, a group of powerful occultists investigated the
Ooh.
legend of the Cuckoo of Moth, with the belief that perhaps it is one of the lost tales. All of them disappeared without a trace.
It sounds so much fun. I can't believe you didn't give me a piece of it.
I wasn't gonna shoot this thing. I like my eyeballs where they are.
I bet it has really cool eyeballs.
Don't you want another eye patch?
No,
It has...
I don't
You
want
have to
3
have
characters
all
who
of
have
your-
lost an eye. It happens too often.
Weirdly, usually done by deals too. Which
Yes. Well, the second one was, it
It's a
was
hag
just,
and one, a fiend in the other.
yeah, just attacked me. I lost my eye. I took its eye in return. So, good deal.
Had to convince everybody, hey, so I know that this is literally the eye of a demon, but do you mind putting it in my socket for me? And then, she's like, no, it's literally a piece of a demon. Points at, half the party. They have parts of demons.
Why
Yeah,
would you
not
let me have
grafted into their bodies. You and your characters have a long history of making just delicious decisions for the
Yes.
DM, and no one else. Unfortunately, you didn't do that now.
So yes, you guys came across one of the more horrifying members of the Moth. At least the procession is objectively something that you can look at and not necessarily be afraid of, but respect its ominous abilities and power. This thing is just a fucking monster that no one knows why it does what it does. Also, I hope
stand
you
the
guys
legend.
enjoyed its morphed cause.
Terrifying image.
I'm always about mythologies where things can mimic the sound of people screaming or children crying. That's why I had my baby-faced tiger monster that made the sound of a crying child. My players weren't happy with that one. They were very upset at me.
I really
Especially because
wish
its
I
regular
could've-
voice is a super deep dude's voice.
I really wish I could have recreated it, but that's just something
Alas.
that I would need an audio studio and 20 hours to do. Regardless, things of nightmares. As the dawn breaks, everyone seems to awaken.
Finwood stretches enough, everybody can hear something pop. Not sure what.
By this point, you guys have restored an additional 20 more presents.
Better than 2.
yeah, now we're level 0 characters.
You're close.
Slightly higher.
We're still beaten by the average sword.
Yeah.
But as you guys awaken, you feel nice and comforted. I need you all to make MR checks for me, please.
Do I need to?
No. I'm sorry. This is VR checks. Or no, DR checks. Disease resistance checks, please.
About to say, if it was a VR check, thank God I'm not taking that.
Ripley is too fucking cute. I just saw
won't
Ripley
cry.
do a butt wiggle and then pounce on nothing.
Yep. That's my cat.
That's a 77 for Ishtar.
Okay. So, Alexi and Finwith, your massive frames and your acclimation to colder climates somewhat protect you from your body temperature getting too low to the point where it starts affecting your health negatively. For Ishtar, unfortunately, you don't have quite the amount of muscle and mass to keep your body heat in, not enough insulation, and so over the course of that night, your body temperatures get to some pretty seriously low temperatures. You catch the cold.
Ishtar wakes up and has this very tiny sneeze.
Persistent sniffle.
Mm-hmm.
For all intents and purposes, you're at a -10 all action penalty,
Okay,
and your fatigue is reduced in half.
good to know.
Ripley. You gotta do the under the covers thing, Alex.
That's what I'm doing.
She almost just fell off.
She's too fucking
Cat break. Meanwhile, Acer is out.
Sleepy cat.
Literally the second I took her out of cat recovery zone, I was like, all right, you've healed, you can actually start roaming around, I'm comfortable with that. She started running laps around my room just at breakneck speed, and I was like, did I make the wrong decision here? But
Were you too concerned? Probably.
Oh yeah, probably. But it was that point, literally. I checked her one day. I'm like, that's mostly gone. That wasn't like that yesterday. The fuck happened in
Whipped
24
cat
hours?
dad. I can't wait for when we have to get Dove fixed, because Quentin's gonna be doing what you did.
Oh yeah.
Jam question with fatigue tapped. Is it rounded down or rounded up?
Round up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because you'll take even more penalties for having lost fatigue.
So what's your fatigue at currently?
I have a total of 7, and it's been reduced in half, so 4.
Okay, so you're right at the threshold.
4 has a penalty.
Yes.
-10, I believe.
Yeah, because I have halved and mine's a -5.
So you're at an all action penalty of -15. I guess Richard has to roll the same, and his con is not that great.
Didn't take it as his dump stat, did he?
I mean, he has a +5 in it,
Okay.
but he got a 50.
Shoot.
So yeah, he also wakes up and just feels like death.
Pinwithmore just kind of rakes the claws through the mane to kind of fluff it back up some. Readjust the furs. Realize it's actually kind of cold. Ugh.
It's a very strange sensation. You've slept in literal snow before and have not felt this cold in your life.
Yep.
Alexia wakes up more lively, but like just sore, I'd say. Kind of like the just like the intense soreness where you're not like you feel better, but you're like on the mend rather than like full on death.
Yeah. So with that, you guys all get up, stretch. Meridonia seems to be getting up at more or less the same time. And
Alright.
she
Kind of nudges Ishtar. Look a little blue.
I'm not feeling too. And then she sneezes like a spark flies from her.
Yeah, cool. Alright. Nah. Rifles through packs and just kind of like takes the bedroll and just flips it over your shoulders.
Thank you.
Be annoying to travel with, but until you warm up, keep that on.
Richard like rolls over and grabs his water skin and chugs the ever living shit out of it. And then he just drops it and he says,
Ah, Richard, you look like shit.
I feel like shit.
Alexi raffles through his bag and he pulls out a winter blanket and offers it to him.
He looks at you and he's just like, I don't have the strength to fight it.
Alexi just smiles and like drapes it over him.
The two of them burrito the other party members. You feel alright enough to travel? It looks between the two of them.
I'm already dead, just leave me here.
I'm fine with continuing walking. I'll just probably try to avoid combat as best I can.
Yeah, well, still not feeling super great, so hopefully we don't run into anything. If you guys need, though, I can always carry one of you for a little bit.
I think he needs to be carried more than me. I can at least stand.
And I'll do my best to make sure we don't run into anything.
Richard defiantly gets up and he's just like, I can walk.
I thought you were dead, Professor. I'm sure you wouldn't mind being carried. If anything, it's less energy.
Hey, I got like an extra head and a half with this form. I can all around some extra. He got a slow grins. See the big old bear teeth.
I don't think my pride would survive.
Shrugs.
He's got the man flu. It's just like 10 times worse.
Dramatic baby. Oh, surprised you're fine. He kind of just looks over at Arthur. Seeing as you're basically like 5 twigs tied together.
Yeah. Oh. Just kind of shrugs.
Oh yeah, this one time I was surrounded by ghosts, I decided I would never be cold again.
Well, I can resist up to 5 intensities of cold.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know either.
He basically survived a night of zombies without any clothes whatsoever, or a night of ghosts surrounding him without any clothes whatsoever, and moth on a cold night.
See, I told you guys, you're not supposed to piss off spirits. What'd you go doing?
I looked at a line of ghosts, like off in the distance, because I see a massive line of people walking. My immediate thought is, the fuck is that? I start looking, they start chasing.
Well, I mean, where they were like visibly ghosts. Like, could you tell that they weren't people?
Yeah. Well,
Then
at
why
first,
would you
I
look
thought
at
it'd
them?
be- that's some weird shit I've never seen before. What was I supposed to do?
Yeah, you look them in the face.
Probably. There's a
You
lot
don't
of
look
them.
dead things in the face. What, you're gonna tell me next that you've been looking in mirrors and all? Or anywhere else for that
I
matter.
haven't seen a mirror in the Gehenna Forest.
Well,
haven't
if you
found
do,
a
don't go
bathroom.
looking.
All right. I've been looking dead things in the face a lot. I killed
have
a lot
salt
of
on
them
you?
looking in the face. No. Why would I have salt? Actually, no, I did buy some salt. I don't have it anymore.
And
Alright,
Charlie
we've got
holds
some
out her
sense.
bag because she bought like a couple bags out of.
You bought 3 bags of salt for everybody.
Yeah.
With nods at that, at least.
This is how you know people have been through moth before.
Yeah. Do you have salt on you? There's like everything else I've answered no. What the fuck are you talking? Yes, I do have that.
You just look at your character sheet and you're just like, why do I have 6 pounds of salt on my character? Oh, right, we went through
Right.
moth.
Yeah.
That's how you can tell an Anima party's been to moth in their campaign. Just, can I see your equipment sheet? Flips through. Ah, there it is.
Serena's is less about the salt. Serena's is like, I look through it, it's just like bear traps. Why do I have? Oh, that's right. She was gonna hunt for food to cook for people. That's the thing.
And it worked. I mean, admittedly, it caught fucking weird lizard frog guys, but
Effective.
Food is food. Anywho. If you want the context for that, go check us out over at YouTube.
Actually,
No, it's
I think
not on
that
No, we weren't.
that happened before. Yeah.
Yeah, we
did.
recorded after
Ass
Fantagoria.
Blaster, yeah.
But I need to send people over to the YouTube.
Go. It's there. We're not gaslighting you. I promise you. That episode is up. Yeah. Picks back up the lantern. Hooks it. Alright, well, we should probably get on the move. Oh, we got a first lord to find.
And with that, you guys make way. A bit slow, as even the process of walking is just, it makes your muscles scream like you haven't felt for some of you in ages. You end up having to take breaks periodically as well, as Richard just cannot handle his current situation.
Alright, listen, if you stop us again to lean up against a tree and wail for another 5 minutes, I'm gonna pick you up and carry you whether you want it or not.
He just like rips himself from the tree, and he's just like, fine, I'd rather drop dead.
I don't know, that's kind of hard to watch. Yeah, if you pass out, I'll also pick you up.
Please give me peace.
Oh, alright. He immediately turns and starts to
No,
walk
no,
over to him.
please, no.
How's Maradoni enjoying this, by the way?
She has had this endless, like shit-eating grin the whole time, just watching you all bumble around the forest, knowing that she's the majority of the cause for it, and delighting in that fact.
Pest.
But surprisingly, despite your first interactions with her, she seems rather mellow. She doesn't have unending innuendo spilling forth from her as much as before, though. If you guys set her up, she takes it. But beyond that, she just is just entertaining herself with your all existence at the moment. She seems to particularly have taken a liking to Finwith as she'll periodically like ask you questions about where you've grown up, about if you've had any interesting people in your life, and if you've ever had any partners. With which she comes up with well, I mean, I already know the answer to that.
No, but questions about home he easily gives. And asking about people he knows is like, there's like the initial bittersweet pause before he proceeds to tell everybody in earshot all about all the different people he used to know and travel with, and different like stupid shit they'd get into. When he kind of leaves out some of the rating stuff, since a lot of people don't, like those types of stories. But he talks about particularly dumb bets they've made with one another. The one time somebody got a really bad head cold and basically bitched about as bad as Richard before they got made to go on a hunting trip anyway, just so everybody could like exhaust them to the point they'd shut the hell up. Learned their lesson. Got beer out of it though. Almost walked into a small ravine. They're fine. Got them in time. Hey, at least you don't have to walk through snow as high as your knees.
Richard looks zoned out. He looks like a dead man walking half the time. He's just focusing on living at this point. You see, he has the concentration like he's focusing on every heartbeat, willing himself to go on.
It's like in games where like it goes into the red screen and you just hear.
Yeah, he's just got like the blood pounding in his ears, the like vignette around the edges of the screens like darkening in, pulsing.
Exactly. He's not having a good day.
Finwith makes a mistake of like reaching over to like clap him on the shoulder, like shake himself, nearly crumbles.
Oh no, he fucking hits the ground like a sack
Oh
of
no,
potatoes.
he grabs him before he does. It's just hanging by the
You're
back
just
of his shirt.
Wham! And then you feel him.
He doesn't
like,
do
oh!
it hard or anything.
No, I know, but I mean, like, your
Yeah.
arm is just a big meaty stick. And
Oh
you
yeah,
just
he
hit
is in the
him.
bear form. He flunks.
You
as you
hit
grab him
him
by the
and
back
you
of the
feel
shirt.
him drop, and you like grab him, and you feel him like dead weight on you, and you have to like spindle him back onto his legs before he continues. And he's just
Alright,
like,
no, this is just sad.
just keeps going.
I can get key healing. I can't cure a cold or something with it, sadly.
Yeah, no. When he realizes it's that bad, people just kind of stops. So it's just like, all right, you got to pick back, shoulder, or arms.
Death.
Sounded to me like dealer's choice.
Nope. He just like immediately grabs him and hauls up and goes with the most embarrassing option for him. And instead, Bridal carries him, still wrapped up in the blanket.
He struggles.
Oh, I'm
It's
sure
cute.
it's very effective against the extra strength of the bear form.
He struggles. It's cute. It's like a 5-year-old. He stands no chance. Eventually, after a minute, he tires himself out and just gives in.
I thought you were about to say fall asleep. Like a
But, yeah,
child.
Finwith just says, like, you might as well just take a nap. This is just kind of getting sad.
When you say that, you look down and he's out already.
Oh,
Dog's
Poor
gonna love.
Richard. Just this is a high-level archmage necromancer. You're just kidding.
gets laid out by a cold and carried through the woods by a Viking.
It's
Sounds
such
reasonable.
a strange scenario.
After nearly having his soul sucked out by a succubus. Good times at Anima.
Doc's gonna love to hear about this one when we get back.
Oh, yeah, because he keeps picking at Doc.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, give Doc the ammunition.
I can't say Richard has not deserved this.
And Ishtar would have said that slightly off to the side for Arthur to hear. Since he knows Richard's been an asshole this entire trip.
Oh yeah, this is completely fucking justified. And funny.
Finwood seems in a chipper mode though, because he gets to help somebody. Yay!
Ishtar sneezes, a plant nearby disintegrates.
I'd say like sneeze into your arm, but I don't want you to get like 3rd-degree burns.
I really don't want to set the blanket on fire. Just like pulls it closer.
Is that a magic thing or a scales thing?
Don't know, I've never had a cold before. Not this bad.
Well, I could appreciate a very powerful sneeze. And if your sneeze does that, I look forward to what else you can do.
That's such a weird way to go into, like, man, you must be powerful. I'm interested in seeing what you can do.
Sebastian should take fucking notes.
He only respects people whose sneezes measure on the Richter scale.
If you don't have a
Like-
dad sneeze, don't even fucking talk to him.
Like, wonderful sentiment, weird fucking avenue you took.
It's like it's got to hit the Richter scale or have the ability to start a wildfire.
And you guys wonder why Maradania is traveling with y'all.
Oh, this dumbass peanut gallery? Absolutely. Though it does send Finwith into another like little story to keep everybody moving and spirits up. Yeah, don't take a bet to go skinny dipping in winter. Don't do it. Bad idea. Lot of hot rocks.
I don't understand. Is that not normal?
I mean, only if you have like a tent readied up for it that's warm enough.
I thought it was common sense not to do that in winter.
Well, see, when you drink lots and lots of alcohol that's definitely yours, absolutely was originally yours, yeah, no, there's no more of that. Only other time I was ever that sick was when I was really little, but I don't remember it.
What did you mean by alcohol that was definitely yours?
Well, there's this thing called ownership of stuff. Yeah. So, like, if you made it, or you found it, it kind of like cracks the neck at that, then it's yours. Belongs to you. Anybody else taking it, that's stealing.
Is that just the way it is up there? I know there's possessions and property for us, but I don't think we view it entirely the same way.
He kind of like pauses, definitely thinking about how, yeah, no, stealing still works the same. As does like, he knows that like the cities and other clans like own land and stuff. He just kind of is like, I'll take that out, and goes, yeah. Lying like a liar. Poorly.
Ishtar's too sick to even try to see if you're lying. She'll just shrug it. Okay.
It's a really interesting definition of ownership you got.
Arthur caught
Sorry.
it, basically.
He like turns around and walks backwards for a second to look at you, Arthur, and is just, actually, no, you're probably in front because you're key detecting. So you just see a slow grin. He's like, I don't know. Guess it's just a language barrier thing. Yeah. Not too good at Latin.
Maybe.
Maybe it's missing a translation.
So as you travel, you guys begin to cross the border to the next level of Gehenna. Time to roll to see if y'all go to the wake with no presents
Hey guys, I have really bad news. I believe for the sake of being possessed, in the event that that would ever apply to Moth in any of its layers, I would have a. Let's see. So normally I have an 85. Then I have a minus 50. So that's a 35, and then I'm missing almost all of my presents. So yeah, like negative. I think I have a negative right now to resisting possessions.
I don't know why that would come up. Definitely
Yeah,
didn't happen
never.
in the last layer.
He would never hit us with the same thing, like, you know, undead or Vikings or, you know, Vitala, like multiple times in a row.
Never. Ignore what I'm reading.
I could see the script in his eyes.
Oh no, gets possessed, looks down at Richard in arms, crushes like a tin can. Just dug him straight into the trash.
So, as you guys begin to travel, you realize that the surrounding grass, which is normally like a dark, like very, very dark evergreen kind of color, like bordering on black, begins to lighten somewhat. So do the trees, as they begin to take a slightly more pink hue as you
What
guys
hue?
travel forward. Pink. Never seen so many scrupulous faces when the mention of pink occurred.
Listen, if stuff starts looking fleshy though, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh, I'm sorry then.
Oh
Because as you
no.
guys continue walking forward, the forest suddenly takes on a variety of hues ranging from pale pinks to crimson reds. As the surrounding trees become somewhat more dense, but their trunks are wider, much thicker than they were before. And upon them,
Gluttonous trees.
every once in a while you see these red-colored vines draping around them, pulsing slightly.
Fenwood just kind of stops, nods to himself, looking around, and goes, "I don't like that."
Does
Hey,
you got?
weren't we looking for something like blood vines or something? We're keeping an eye out for him.
I wouldn't know. I was, you know, kind of. Well, would gesture, but Richard. So, kind of looks over to Suckus. You wouldn't happen to know, like, roundabouts, where we are? Or what's gonna try and murder us here?
She looks around. Not quite my aesthetic, but I can definitely appreciate it.
Is it the
Though
pulsing?
she gives you a knowing grin, but doesn't say anything.
He just sighs.
It seems that we have entered into a Dacitus.
Oh, that's a word.
Oh, and also we're in the wake, which means that more than likely, well, you mortals are going to be in a lot of trouble. Not that I've spent overly much time here, and definitely not within the wake. But from what I know about this part of the forest, it's very eat or be eaten.
He kind of lightly jostles Richard.
Uh,
Hey.
uh,
You're gonna have to wake up.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
Yes. I mean, I don't think whatever your afterlife you believe in includes me, probably. I'd be flattered, but
I would say hell, but that sounds like too much torture for anyone's soul to bear.
well, then I'd be insulted. But he kind of like shifts to like let him stand.
He does so, his legs quake a bit. By the way, 6 more hours have passed by, so you guys have 6 more to your presence.
We're in the next place, and the wake. So, considering the whole eat or be eaten theme we're going into, I need to be ready.
I'll try my best.
You ever been to the wake before?
No, I've been wake adjacent.
What?
Never mind. It would be something you wouldn't be able to understand.
Considers if he feels insulted. Still kind of too tired to care.
So too sick for a lesson, Professor, since I should probably know this as a magic caster?
If you're interested, Ishtar, he says. He takes the blanket off. Now, this area is surprisingly much warmer. Probably
I wonder
all
why.
the meat trees.
Is it the wake's body heat?
There are various nexus points between the material world and the wake where one can harvest types of energies very typically used for the creation of sanctums by archmages and the like. There are aspects of the university you and your group all travel to that are somewhat tied to the wake in the same kind of fashion.
Okay.
You know what?
Basically, different energy between 2 planes of existence. As she tries to simplify it for Fenwith as best she can, failing miserably in the attempt and probably making him more confused, but she tries.
Richard looks around and he says, I think we've entered into a Docetus.
Oh yeah, no, she already beat you to that.
He looks over. She just smiles and waves. Let's see. From the book, I remember something along the lines of... Let's see. Sorry, picking it up. The gluttonous shall wallow in a vile, putrid slush produced by ceaseless, foul, icy rain, a great storm of putrefaction, as punishment for subjecting their reason to a voracious appetites. Cerberus, the great worm, a monstrous 3-headed beast of hell, ravenously guards the gluttons, lying in the freezing mire, mauling and flaying them with his claws as he howls like dogs.
That sounds fun. I didn't understand any of the words leading up to that last bit, but
Well, considering that there's no icy rain here, I don't know if we've just yet to get to it or not, but we should look for aspects of putrefaction and some great worm beast known as Cerberus.
Nice.
Well, it sounds that we are in for a fight, yes?
Well, in the book, Virgil made passage by filling each of Cerberus's mouths with mud.
Interesting strategy.
Unfortunately, I don't have the word for word for it. But it was a sign of removing one's own petrification and feeding it to the hounds, or something along those lines. The slush reveals the true nature of sensuality, or something like that.
Fenwick has never slow blinked more in his life.
Lexi probably as well. I feel like there's a lot of words that are lost in translation.
Oh, you know, putrefaction. It's like, that was not covered. I don't know what that is.
Anyway, it was more symbolic in the writing, but still, this does not overly look like what was mentioned in the book.
Well, guess we'll see. Think those are the blood vines, though?
They do look like blood vines, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was one of the ones to stay away from, right?
That was the one where if it was cut, the sap from it seems to attract spirits. The bright flower on the moss was the one we were supposed to avoid.
And given the fact we're in the fucking wake, probably not a good idea.
Probably not.
You can see Finn was kind of eyeing it curiously.
Your magic has to do with calling spirits to help it, yes? He looks towards Finra.
What?
Your ability to transform into animals is calling spirits.
Yeah, roughly. He nods.
Would this be something that would help that, or am I misunderstanding?
Not sure. It depends how it works and how I can use it. Downside is it might not do anything for me and instead just be, super dangerous to cut. If I could find, like, some that was already dead, then it wouldn't matter. Some dried up or something. If it could be pried off, not ruptured, he kind of looks over it. He's kind of gradually slipping into Goldarian as he's going over, like, different methods. Trying to figure it out. Circles one of the trees partially.
Alexi will kind of look around and see if, like, the vines hang off of something.
Most of the vines seem to tightly hang on the various trees, clutching the bark. Upon closer inspection, there's some kind of viscous-like mucus that seems to keep them attached.
No, Groovy's died.
Groovy, no! Groovy wasn't here for that kind of description, apparently.
Groovy didn't have the stomach for that, but had the stomach for a succubus.
Ruby would hate the Heart, the City Beneath book.
Mucus? Colds? I've had enough of this.
That's not my kink! Throws down, the book just leaves.
This is not what I mean by I like bodily fluids!
As Alex just writhes on the inside.
So as you guys continue along forward,
He's like nattering to Ishtar, like, do you think you could like take, because you can move like water and ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you could like take 2 sections of ice and just kind of like chop out a piece, freeze the rest so it doesn't get out anywhere. I wonder if that'd work.
I could try, but I don't know if it'll affect anything.
That's alright. We don't know how long we'll be traveling through it. We should probably wait until we're feeling better. Probably go messing
Okay.
around with stuff.
I could slice the vines with. Gotta remember the name. 1 second. The Frista. It has ability to attack with ice.
He nods, very thoughtful.
I wouldn't recommend doing that. Many internal functions have an oily aspect to them. It makes it really hard to freeze thoroughly. You
You
might.
got an idea, smart man?
Yes, we don't touch the creepy blood vines.
Agreed.
Immediately whines in bear noise.
It's alright. We just look for one that has already fallen, right?
As you
I
say
don't
that, you
know.
guys look around. The ground, which has this kind of like reddish pink grass now growing up everywhere, has thick roots everywhere that barely kind of edge up over the ground and sink below the surface. You guys have never seen a root network from trees, supposedly, as that's the biggest plants around, that has been so widespread.
You can see Finn with kind of like Ansley trying to not step on the roots. Hi, Ripley.
The roots cover up about 80% of your walking space.
Oh, I didn't say he succeeded.
I'm just
He
saying
just-
as a reference. And you guys notice these trees are massive. As some of the bases can get up to 60 feet wide.
I wonder what a piece of them would do. Come on, it's
You
not
also
the
notice
vines.
that some of the largest ones have some kind of it's awkward to say, but some kind of cleavage, but like the rock term. Like there's, as it kind of grows up and down the ground, at a certain point, there's almost like a divide in the center that gets wider and wider as the tree grows. Almost as if it's hollowing out. And Arthur, since you're the one with night vision, I guess
Yeah.
Finn with too. I don't know. Depends on the time of day, I guess. Notice something strange within the bases of these trees.
Is it bodies? Is it mouths?
Do you take a look?
No,
Sure.
I'm not getting near those fucking gaping holes
Oh, look.
in Gluttony Hell Forest.
If you look, you're looking inside, and there's almost like this. There's like these round things inside of it, almost like seed pod looking thing, but massive. When you look inside, you realize that beneath the base of the tree there's a large kind of sloping divot. It goes maybe about 7 feet down. And inside, there are bodies. Well, kind of. They look like human bodies. Their skin is very gray and malted like tree bark. And they're all just kind of standing around, like kind of like in I Am Legend.
I regret looking. Just kind of backs away. All right.
You okay, Arthur? You look a little pale.
Don't look in the trees.
What's in the trees?
Just a bunch of like fucked up looking people standing around like a big old hole. It's more unsettling when you actually see it.
Yeah, let's just keep going and try and get through here.
Yeah.
All right. I won't take a piece of the vines, and I won't take a piece of the trees.
Think you'll be okay
Take
on this
nothing.
train, Professor?
I better get a piece of that surface thing.
I don't know.
Probably gonna have to.
Though if they're undead, then we should be fine.
Oh, that's right. You defile spirits.
Do they ping like they have key at all, or
It's very faint. But they all seem to have a very similar key. With the tree.
Do the trees have
after.
key?
Yes.
Do the root system underneath have key? Is there just key flowing everywhere?
Well, Alexi and Arthur have the high enough perception to notice. Yes. This whole place is alive, as if they were living, breathing things. Though
we have
much duller and much less vibrant than normal life forms.
we definitely have the distance. How far does the root system go?
It's everywhere in this part of the forest.
How like deep down?
It's hard to tell, unfortunately. The roots have very little life force at all.
I called it. I told you it was gonna be meat forest.
I was hoping you guys would get to the wake in this one. I rolled a 9 on the D100. And I needed to get under a 30.
Admittedly, I have not dealt with undead at all, but the trees and roots seem to have energy from them.
Oh well, don't worry about that. You'll be getting lots of experience with undead if you keep hanging around us.
Or us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You guys said you kept running into stuff too.
Yeah, we kind of hunkered down in a town for like a good few months, filled with them.
It's not like we could leave. We were trapped there.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good question. During that time, Arthur, could you sense life in the zombies or anything like that? Or did you not know how to yet?
I had no clue how to detect key.
Oh, that's right.
You did by the time you were on the ship and all that, but the undead did not ping any key.
Not that I saw. So,
Oh, that's right. Around that time, you decided you didn't need to eat as much and pissed Doc
Yeah.
off more.
still don't. Gotta
Wait,
say,
you don't
real
need to
hungry.
eat?
I need to eat way less. I mean, I'll eat, but like, if say we're rationing because we can't really hunt in the health forest, I'll limit my eating and my sleep.
You know, I feel. You know, you're not the first person to tell me that. And it's really sad to hear.
As you guys continue forward, suddenly, you
Might be
hear
useful
something.
here. DM, I'd like to accumulate.
Like to accumulate as well.
Have them
That's why he wanted us to come here.
Actually, the voice mod wasn't working until just recently, so I'm happy it started working at the right time. Yeah, you guys start hearing a multitude of moans and groans, otherworldly, emanating from various trees about you. And now we're going to take a break. 10-minute break to let
Alright.
y'all do your business, because I guarantee this next part's going to have a lot of action to it.
Good to hear.
Yay.
Arthur finally gets to let off some steam.
I'm just saying,
Finally.
Finn better walk away from this road trip with some cool shit.
Because I've been heavily considering what I want next level to be, and I need 29 XP to level up.
Oh, so close.
So we're gonna be back about 12:25 PST or 3:25 Mountain Time, and yeah, we're gonna be in for a good
You
time.
mean Eastern?
Is it Eastern for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 3:15.
Okay. I don't know where the certain zones are, what they're called or whatever.
Mountain's next to you guys. Central's the next one, and I'm in Eastern.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll
We'll be back. civilization. They just wreck his shit.
Man, I love the scaling in Anima. It's so funny to me. Just the leap from like, something like understandable to hundreds of miles. You just sense energy.
In a
Hundreds
world
of-
where you were like still like chilling out with this party and we're like back towards the peak of the world, talking about like, oh yeah, well your legends are probably like fake or they're just like some creature people thought was like god tier, and Arthur's just over there sweating because he's like, oh god. Senses the devourer, or like, oh, what's its name? The giant fucking Aeon. And he's like,
Earth.
oh, that's big.
What's your martial knowledge? How much martial knowledge do you have?
370, and that is about to increase
Jesus Christ.
by like
To 420.
80 points.
Eh.
So 460.
Yes. Or about, I think. Yeah. And then I'm increasing my notice because that's what I've been putting like one of my plus 10 to like 5 things. So
Oh shit, where did I get so much martial knowledge from?
Leveling.
You just accumulate it as you go.
Yeah, I didn't realize I had 130, like, and I'm not that monster over there.
Because you took
No.
you took Tau, right? After.
Yeah, I forget how much I get for leveling
So
up.
that's 20 and then 30 per level after.
Mhm.
So if you ever need someone to teach you key,
I mean, yeah.
you have a
Yeah.
man who knows everything about key.
I mean, you can detect keys, so you can tell that Finwith has it.
So, you guys are
But
about
right
to be
now-
attacked by a lot of nope. Just a lot of nope.
Yeah, I'm accumulating, so it's fine. We're gonna I
Same.
have plenty of time to accumulate while they clamber up a hole. We're fine as they like World War Z themselves up.
As you guys hear the sounds and like get into battle mode, I'll say you guys have about a round before they start getting to you. As from the surrounding trees, you can see clambering out of it these mottled skin, zombie looking individuals, but there's something else weird going on. You can feel it slightly, a shifting beneath the ground as the roots themselves begin to somewhat writhe in the ground beneath your feet.
Watching Suzanne's eyes just wow. We're in it now, kids. And we only get one full round.
One full round.
All right, I have my guns out.
That's not enough.
Wanted barrel shot, but oh well.
So, considering the enemy type that you guys are currently going into, you guys have a unique opportunity to somewhat plan this out. So you guys can choose your initiative order, or if you guys would prefer, you can roll. These things have no initiative that could possibly get close to what you guys can get.
Are they really that bad on initiative?
Yeah, they have not a lot of great stats. There's just a lot of them. By the way, this combat is going to work a little differently than most combats. This is horde combat.
Oh, we've done well. Finwith has done that before.
Somewhat, but you don't have an army this time nor barricades.
Nope.
So all the enemies are essentially going to be a giant creature with lots of hit points and various stats based on its multitude, as it were. At the end of every round, it's going to make attacks on you guys. On everyone. And the number of attacks will be based on its multitude.
Huh.
They are approaching you guys from all sides. You're dead, well, not center of the forest, but you're dead center of the attack at the moment, with not a lot of recourse. Granted, if you guys can come up with inventive ways to stave off the horde, I'm more than willing to hear them out. Just know you're being attacked by the Wake's version of ants.
Do they look like they weigh much?
No, they're very almost emaciated in appearance.
Okay then. If all sails, we need to keep them at bay. I do have the raise wind spell.
I mean, yeah, any extra time, because essentially, if we want to focus on like big AoEs that are gonna fuck these things up, then I can do the ice pillars that I had done before. Or it just gives us more time to accumulate and get stuff and start knocking them down.
Yeah, because the two things that I can do, which I'm currently evaluating, which one's going to take priority. I can either use my barrel shot and have 10 attacks, or I can use area attack.
Your area attacks would probably be more effective.
It's what I'm thinking, but
In
I'm
particular
Just because
instance,
there's so many of them, one shot is going to hit as many as that is, and it's not going to matter how many individuals, because we need to rack it up quick with
Yeah, of course.
to cut down the numbers.
I'm just looking to see because I'm trying to figure out how many attacks I'll get. So I only get one area attack, and then if I get multi-attack.
Plus, hey, if we can kill these and use that crystal so he could do some necromancy shit, he can raise the ones we kill, and we can have a horde against horde.
He's already in the wake, so technically he's out of view.
Yes, he's in the wake, so he doesn't need to
Okay,
worry
okay.
about
Yeah. Well, currently with her accumulation, I can technically make up to a 80 kilometer wide.
80 kilometer.
No, I think I'm reading that wrong. I think I typed it wrong. 75 meters wide, and I can do 49.7 miles per hour winds.
What's the name of the spell?
Raise wind. It's like the first one in the Book of Air. If I'm reading that correctly. I did translate that out of the exit.
Let's see, let me pull up the exit.
Yeah, I read that wrong. So it can be my translations. I was able to convert it over 49.7 miles per hour and up to 246 feet. If I did my conversions correctly. I realized what I did. I wrote it weird.
So which level are you casting at?
She can do it at the advanced level with the accumulation she has.
Let's see, so that's 80 kilometers per hour wind speeds with 75 meters, which is 200.
You're gonna make it as if we had gone into the wake in the second layer.
Yeah. Let's see.
It is a stream. It doesn't say I control the shape it goes. But it's 10 Xeon to maintain.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Mm-hmm. And
You having a
Ishtar
good
does
shake,
have a
Devin?
shield. Ishtar does have Shield of the Faithful, but everyone has to be close enough
I
for
bet.
Ishtar to have it.
I was just watching that wiggle in the corner of your screen.
Oh, I just found something about area attack. I think if I'm reading this right, I get to choose its radius, not when I create it. I just have access to area attack. The amount of key I put in determines its radius. I think.
It depends on what you chose at the beginning of the technique, I believe. But I believe yours is a pre-made technique, so it could
I
be
think
something
so,
different.
but like, because see, I wrote down because assuming it was like a lot of others, but right here it says like affects creates an attack that affects every person with the radius using a single attack roll. Player must choose the radius and pay the cost at the time the technique's created. There we go. All right, so I have a 15-foot.
So create the technique right now.
Yes.
So, this is one of those amazing spells in Anima where it's like, alright, so how do I determine what
doesn't combat.
essentially 40 mile per hour winds is on, what? This is like Ishtar can block off, if we put your group inside of like a square, Ishtar can block off one whole side of that square, and like a third of two other sides, really, with this gust of wind.
Probably protect the squishies with that. Sounds good.
But it's not going to be for everyone. It's just one giant stream. I would say if you wanted to use this spell, I'd roll a strength check versus a strength check of... let's see, it's a level 2 spell, so I would say against a strength check of 10?
It's basically
Or otherwise
tropical
they can't
storm
move
force, but it's not
forward.
hurricane force.
Yeah, it's not going to blow them away, but it's definitely going to slow them down.
You alright there, Alex?
If I wait 3 turns, and if I can spend the martial knowledge, I can make an area attack that goes up to 3 miles.
This is kind of the same problem with the Ishtar issue. You can do it in one direction.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I was like, ooh, 3 miles, that takes a lot. I did the
Okay,
math.
well, you don't need to do
turns.
3 miles.
I
So
don't need to.
instead, if you did it at a a level that killed less of your key off, how many times could you do like a big area of effects? So you could just pop, 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 pop.
Let's see, because I can get off area attack every turn. I can't do multiple in a turn, but I can accumulate enough for like 1 area attack per turn.
I mean, that's basically just cleaving down like the closest ones to us in different spots.
Yeah.
So with the wind in one and you mowing them down in other spots, you could do some work. I'm not sure which would be more effective because it takes so long. We don't have like the prep time like before for the ice pillars. So it might be better for me to just... Actually, with the Kong Spear on like regular like natural attacks, can I do like the cleaving ones, like the sweeping ones?
I mean, anyone can.
Okay, it's just the penalty.
It's just the penalty. Your range is a bit bigger. Normally, you can
Yeah.
only affect up to, I think, 3 targets or 5 targets.
Yeah, but I'm an enormous creature.
Yeah.
And then with impact, it'll just keep going. Send things flying. Even if it doesn't kill them.
Yeah. It would be good at thinning the numbers.
Okay.
Your ice pillar covers a huge area as well, though.
It just takes so many turns.
I'll tell you, mechanically, well, it takes 2 turns if you have your 2 abilities up.
We had decided to have Finwith learn that.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that, but okay. That's fine. Then yeah, the pillars will take quite a lot of turns.
Yeah.
Just so you know, mechanically how this fight is gonna go. You guys just need to dump damage, and if you single target, it only does a small amount of max damage to the horde. So area damage is where you guys want to do the majority of your damage.
All right, so the thing I'll get the most legwork out of will be the cleaving with Kongsbjorn, because it does so much fucking damage at base, and I have impact, so I'll knock things aside even if it doesn't kill them. You have your area effect shots. You have multi-attack, but do you have an area effect with your ice for Lexi?
I would just have to swing with area
leave.
attacks. Yep.
Yeah. Then Ishtar with the winds, and then other stuff in between after you have that up.
Another
know what
thing
Crypt can do.
Ishtar can do is I can also do a ice storm attack as well.
What's the ice storm do?
Creates a powerful icy storm that will freeze everything. Whoever is in it must pass every 5 rounds a physical resistance check against 140 or automatically take 10 points of cold-based damage and a cumulative -5 to all action.
How big's the
due to-
storm? Because you could freeze up a significant portion.
Yeah. The basic one, which I can do after the accumulation, that's a 50-meter radius.
150 feet radius.
Mm-hmm. And due to the heavy blizzard, perception skills increases their difficulty by 2 levels. Storm of a radius within, which is not possible to designate targets. All creatures inside the area of the spell's effect after the first round must appear, make resistance checks. Spell will remain stationary, so I cannot move it.
Can you shape it?
I'm sure I could.
No, it just hits a radius. It's a big cloud that summons a storm.
Well, it does more effects than the wind and
It does.
stops them. I guess it depends on how much extra Xeon it is to maintain.
It's 10 Xeon to maintain.
Oh, okay.
Granted, the wind has a chance to stop an entire
Well, that
a group of
freezes
people
them.
from being attacked. So
Does it actually like freeze them in place, like stop them from moving, or slow them down?
They take
Or is it
10
just
cold
cold
damage
damage?
and an accumulative -5 penalty.
Okay.
But that's every 5 rounds.
Okay, then no, it's the wind's better.
Yeah.
It sure has a lot of spells that they could use in this situation. But you guys can also decide what order you guys want to go in as well. Or you guys can just roll initiative if you have no preference.
I just need an extra turn to accumulate.
Yeah, actually, same. Because I just need, if I have an extra turn, then I can get the area shot off right when I summon my guns.
What about Hell Knight? Is there anything he can do to stave anyone off with his abilities?
Depends on if they're undead or not. Which at this point he doesn't know if they are actually undead or some other type of life form.
yeah, unfortunately,
then I
Alexei
guess-
doesn't know how undead work. He just knows that these things give off a sign of life energy.
Yep, often with soldiers, aim for the head. That's what you get from our cumulative experience with undead. Aim for the head.
Yeah. So he's gotta make a choice whether to attempt an undead spell on them to see if it works, or to use another spell to see if they're undead to see if it would work. So he's gonna try to control the dead first, to control all undead within a 60-foot radius.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he just does not have the time to make the most accurate decision, and that's his widest affecting spell. Fortunately, he gets a slight bonus to his necromancy.
Because he's in the fucking hell forest. Wake.
Yep.
So, how do we want to divvy out initiative?
Ishtar's probably not going to be the one to go first. As even with spending her Xeon, she wants to be able to have some Xeon prepped in case she needs to shield anyone. Because as long as people stay within 60 feet of her and she has the Xeon for it, she can cast a 60-foot radius. And it's a basic shield, but it's still a shield for anyone within that range of her.
It doesn't particularly matter unless we want them to have, well, more penalties, I guess, against extra attacks, unless the Horde ignores that. In which case, it really doesn't matter if Finn with the swinging as soon as he shapeshifts.
It was said to us that it's kind of like fighting a large creature, so that might be the case, that they just don't take the onslaught penalties.
Nope. They just take a percentage amount of damage based on the area in which you affect.
And I'm fine with Finn going first.
By the by, so if there's not like too much confusion on it, the Horde has multitudes based on areas of 15 foot, like a 15-foot radius is a single magnitude to the sword. So however many 15s you can fit into it, you'll multiply your damage to the overall Horde. So, for instance, if you have an attack that does 200 attack, if it has a 15-foot radius, it will do 200 damage to the Horde. If it affects a 30-foot radius, it'll do 400 damage to the Horde.
Part of me has wanted to buy that ability. Because I have the 15-foot one.
Well, now's your chance to choose.
Can I do that, DM?
I mean, the whole point of your character is you just make up shit on the fly.
That's fair.
All you have to do is come up with the reason. Oh no, you have that stupid ugly ass split gun that has like all the different chambers on it. And you're like, that's not how guns work.
Not only that, but you now have a more profound connection to Noah, and thus just know the intricate workings of Key.
So some of the kind of like thinking, may need to go a little bigger here, and he develops the technique to be twice as big as his previous one. And this time, he also understands it. Like, he doesn't need to justify some of the mechanics in his head, so he doesn't need to, make a barrel for a 15-foot bullet. The one he keeps, though, is the silencers. Because Arthur likes that one.
Question, Cameron.
Sure.
I have to pay for the damage barrier separate from the enormous metamorphosis because it's included in enormous creatures having a damage barrier.
I think that's damage resistance.
Or no, sorry, armor. That's the armor is what they get.
Do they? Oh, let me double check.
Yeah, it says enormous creatures have a physical armor of 6.
Huh.
I see. You don't get that armor because you don't. Enormous creatures are typically damage resistant beings, so the armor is used as the balance for their the fact that they don't take damage, essentially, or they don't defend themselves.
Okay.
So in your case, no. If you want that, you have to add it on top.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. So I just
That's
noticed
fair.
it was like in the chart.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. It's just kind of a balance thing.
No worries.
So, I just discovered something that I did that was stupid. So no surprise. Hold off your judgment. But
Too late.
it looks like I have bought and have the stats for an 80-foot area attack, but for some fucking reason I wrote down 15. I know that I picked this because one of the accumulation, it's 80, and then also I specifically got a modifier that reduced my martial knowledge because I can only do it with my guns, which is -10. Otherwise, it would have been free. And I know I spent martial knowledge for it.
I mean, you have to spend a minimum of 25 martial knowledge, I think.
20.
20
It's
martial
20.
knowledge.
Yeah, and then I know I spent martial knowledge, and I know I reduced it because of that one like modifier thing to reduce the martial knowledge cost. So I know I did that. So it looks like I did buy the 80 foot, but I've been giving myself the 15 foot the entire time.
Yeah. I wish I could see it so I could look at the map.
Of course, but I'm looking at this and everything on this is like
what's
there's
your-
no reason.
Wait, do you have everything like on a sheet? You can just send him a picture.
My typical disorganized
It's
makes sense to
Alex
me.
math. What's the total accumulations for it?
That's going to be 4 agility, 6 dex. Because then I now realize that's going to be +2 because I'm using dexterity. So it'll be 8. So
wait,
4,
4
8.
and 6 is a total 10. Let's see, this is just area attack, correct?
Area attack single.
Area attack single, alright. Is there any other aspects to this power, or is it only an area attack?
Just an area attack. The only other thing was I made it so it was only with my guns. So
Is it
that's a -10.
maintained?
It says maintain there, but I don't know how you'd maintain an area
It just
attack.
means that one attack every round you can make an area attack.
Oh,
You
then,
just spend key every round.
all right, yeah. Then yeah, I do have maintain 3 written down.
Maintain 3, okay, so because here's the part. So you have 4 in one, 6 in another, that's 10, right?
Yep.
Total cost. This is the only thing. I think you may have made this power incorrectly.
Probably. That's
I'm
completely
assuming.
Understandable. Because like I have the line written from the 80 feet, and I know I spent 10 on it because I wouldn't have really done that.
You also can't reduce it below 20.
You can't?
No.
All right.
It
All right.
has to be a minimum 20 to be technique.
Okay.
So at that level, at the 80-foot level, which is the only one that can be 20, it's the only one that can be a solo technique. Since it's your primary ability in the in your technique, whatever it is, it only has a cost of 4.
Yeah.
Which means you only need to accumulate 4. You don't need to accumulate 4 and 6.
Oh,
If you're using your power anyway.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and if it's maintained, it has a total key cost of 7. And if you wanted to use like your dex with it, you could make it a 9. Or sorry, an 8, and then you could do 4 and 4 in your 2 abilities. Because essentially, how the math works is the primary means this is the main technique, and anything else would be like the secondary techniques added on top. So that means cost 4, so it has 4 accumulations. If you want to maintain it, which you don't have to, but you do have to set the technique up as a maintained technique or not, would make it +3, which is 7. And then if you wanted to add your dexterity, that'd be +2. Then you could split it between your power and your dexterity, and it would be for a total of 9 key, split between those two however you want, 4 in one, 5 in the other. And then every round you spend 3 to maintain it.
It being a maintained also raises its martial knowledge cost by 10.
Yes, so you could then remove, put the disadvantage you have on it and make it just cost 20.
Okay.
Because the +10 for maintaining it minus 10 for can only be used with your guns. Makes it 20.
Then, in which that was the
That's just for your area shot if you want to maintain it. And you have 9 you have to split between your power and dex if that's the way you want to do it.
okay, and that's for the 80 feet one, right?
That's for the 80-foot one, yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll just subtract 10 more martial knowledge to offset the 10 I spent before incorrectly.
Yes. So now you know. 1 shot every round you can area attack. And what are your accumulations for power and dex?
8 and 8.
Okay. So I mean you couldn't do it. Oh, I mean you could have. You don't even need to do it that way, honestly, at this
No,
point.
not really.
You could just have it 4 and 3 for 7 and just have 7 power. Not even have the dex on there.
Yeah. I have 8 and 8 because that's what you guys said. Like, I need that to summon my guns, like, first turn.
So, alright, cool. So the technique costs 7 Xeon, or 7 key. It's maintained, 3 key per round. And you just need to accumulate 7 in your power.
Okay. All right, let me fix that. Thank you.
Yeah,
The key is a complicated system, so it's alright.
Key is the most
So cool,
complicated
but
system.
God, I'm like running off the stuff. I'm like, because I thought I had it down. Turns out I didn't. Okay, there we go.
Okay. So we got that figured out. Is there anything else you want to do while we're here?
He would like to toggle console commands, God mode, and test the ragdoll engine on all these enemies.
That's Ishtar's job.
Just for the joke, because I haven't asked it in a while, is there any furniture nearby?
No, there's no furniture nearby.
Darn. Can't throw any tables.
You could ask for Neridania to make you some fake furniture. You can throw a
Yeah,
very
I don't think
plush
it'll have as
chair
much
at
of
them.
an effect, though.
I mean, you have all of the non-refined furniture around you.
By the way,
Technically speaking.
Meridania has decided to fly 20 feet up and is just going to watch.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
It's fine, Fenwith will be up that high in a second.
So, who wants to go
My first turn. Unfortunately, will have to be accumulating enough and shapeshifting. I won't be able to do anything.
Or should you all just roll it since you guys don't have any plan for it?
I mean, there's no particular plan going on that needs to be set up.
Alright,
If
everyone roll
anything-
initiative. Don't forget y'all's penalties, those who have them.
Hey, it's one of my highest initiatives. I weirdly average around the 98 to 103 range.
Okay, since this is my first time with my fatigue down to this level, is there anything aside the 15 all action penalty that I need to worry about for initiative?
Nope, just 15.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought that was saying that Richard had a negative 120 initiative.
which would be funny, but not good for us.
No. He got babyfied, but not that bad. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start off with Arthur.
All right. He already accumulated enough, like the first round, to get his guns out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Finwith. What's your initiative?
There, Bill?
I already said I was going first, so you guys were just rolling for everything else.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, fair.
Sure. Okay. Then Finwith accumulates. Then it goes Arthur.
Already got the guns out. So let's get that 80-foot area attack in.
You fucking monster.
It could be 3 miles.
That doesn't make it any better.
I also found that I could get a key ability that I can have a 6-mile like length of a long distance attack plus go full scorched earth on that entire line.
It's expensive though.
Very expensive, but I could do it.
That's basically the ult from one of the Paragon characters.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So what you doing?
I'm making an area attack. So I'm accumulating that round, make the area attack. Just reducing that key. And let's see, I rolled for the attack. $258 for the attack.
Okay, so 258. That's gonna be 250% of your damage.
300.
300, and that has how many multitudes? It has 5 multitudes of 15 in it, if I'm correct. It's 15, 30,
Stop looking
60,
so smug.
75.
Yep.
So that's gonna be 1,500 damage.
Big number.
I hate
Big
you.
number.
What the fuck is this build? Alex. Cameron, Devin, this is your fault.
No, his Juggernaut's probably gonna be my fault though.
100%.
I mean, this is damage he's dealing just to, like, essentially the broadside of a barn. So, a high number here is not as impressive because it's not like it's gonna dodge.
I still like hearing the big number though.
The point is like his ego boost. Look at his fucking face. He's in flight.
I'm very proud of myself right now. Ignore the fact that I had to get a key lesson like right before I did this. But like
That was just Noah whispering in your ear, telling you everything again.
exactly.
Unlike Ishtar's sword, which is actually whispering in her ear.
Yeah, and it's been much louder. Actually, that's a good question. Since
Remember,
it
it's
gives
been-
voices in the back of my head, is it suddenly louder that it's in the wake?
Oh, does the like do
You
anything
definitely
tricky?
feel its presence more,
No.
It's alive.
and you
Fun.
feel energized to act in defense of yourself.
Which is fair.
At
At least we're in agreement on that.
might as well attack 2 more times. I have my offhand attack.
Okay. Minus 10.
$237.
230% of your damage.
$276.
Divide that by 5.
55.2.
55 damage on that round. To the horde as a
Small
whole.
number. All right, and then second attack.
Okay.
$261.
260% of your damage.
312.
Divide by 5.
62.4.
Okay.
And this time the area attack has he has a stronger grasp on how ki works.
Not how physics does.
Yeah, as he shoots, it looks normal at first, but as it just as the bullet goes flying, eventually just a kind of whistling sound starts being heard, audible and audible, as just a large impact just appears. As basically in his mind he's increasing the density like a fuck ton and the size a little bit.
Definitely not how that works.
Of
But-
course it's not, but to him it works.
You fire the shot off. There's an explosion. A bunch of the zombies go flying off. And then you nail a couple more, downing them with each of your shots. They don't seem overly that, strong individually, but there's a lot of them. Alrighty, so beyond that, we're gonna move on to Ishtar.
Okay, given the direction Arthur's firing in, Ishtar will stand almost back to back with Arthur, facing the opposite direction so she can keep him off of him. And she is
Okay.
going to raise winds like she had planned.
Alright, so you raise your hands up. This massive gust of wind comes blowing out, suppressing a lot of these creatures there. Go ahead and roll for me a strength check with a D10 plus 10. They will be rolling their strength. Okay.
That was a 19.
So as the wind is blowing, all of them are just sitting there. Some of them are like getting pushed back, though the mass of the horde is what's keeping them all in one place. But they're not able to move in that direction. So equivalently for this turn, what was the area of that one?
That is the 75-meter one.
75 meters, which is 225 feet radius or width. And I think is like 3 times the length or something like that. Or
It
10
doesn't-
times the length.
It doesn't specify in the description.
It does in the Spanish version.
There's shit further down this forest that has no idea what's about to happen to it and then just gets blindsided. You just launch a wake gnat about 4 miles.
Yeah, 10 times the length.
Jesus.
Okay.
What the fuck is magic in Anima?
It's a good question. So, 1 second here. I gotta do math on this to see how much you actually suppress. Alright.
D&D? Never met her.
Oh, no shit. Wow, I actually didn't realize that. So, I was really confused because I did 225 divided by 15 to see how many multiples across the effect. It's 15, coincidentally. I didn't know 225 was the square root of 225. Fun fact. So...
For all you math losers out there.
Good job. You're ahead of the ball.
You suppress, which means these are multiples you guys are not gonna have to deal with.
DM, may we know how many multiples there are total?
Well, they have 20,000 life points, if you want to know.
Oh, I don't like that. This is Shush Teresh all over again. Except we're not at sea wearing heavy armor getting launched 3 miles off a boat.
But yeah. I mean, considering the angle on how much you can possibly do, you suppress 10 multiples of the horde.
Jeez.
Which, I might add, Arthur only essentially removed 1.5 multiples this round.
No, she's gonna remain standing behind Arthur and suppressing those so they don't sneak up on him.
Alrighty. So, next
Protect the heavy
is
hitter.
going to be Alexi by 5 points.
Fair. Well, he accumulated for the round, and activates Kolinger as the sheets of the ice armor begin to appear across his body, flinging down his sword, and he raises the blade and readies an action to area attack when they get in range. Unless they are in range, in which case they should probably just attack.
You can just attack if you want to.
Okay.
I believe area attack is minus 30.
Minus 50.
Minus 50.
If you're not trained in the thingy.
And Finwith, this would be your second round of accumulation. So you know.
Yeah.
Because you got your free 1 round before they got to you guys.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. My first round would I would have to accumulate and then shapeshift because I can't attack. I need enough.
Oh,
for
so
the,
you do
development points.
shapeshift this round though.
Yeah, I make enough to do
Oh,
it.
okay. Alright,
So-
alright.
So as all this is happening, he is steadily cracking and popping up to what was it? 20 feet and 9 inches tall of strawberry blonde bear man with the Edward eyes underneath a heavy mane. Waves politely to Neridania.
Kind of, as you crash through some of the lower hanging branches of these massive trees. Yeah, it's imposing to say the least. And she looks oddly excited.
No.
Anywho, so
Alex's horror. Resignation. Delicious.
that is a 231 against up to 5 of them, which is going to be 1.5 multiples, because if each one carries a 5-foot square, then it's just shy of two multiples. So that's going to be 230% of your damage.
Right, that is going to be... Because as much as we're playing them like a large creature, I wouldn't get the damage bonus for fighting such. So
Correct.
That's going to be 322 damage.
Okay, 322 damage. Just attack, or are you attacking again?
Sure, why not? We'll do another area attack. This will be at a minus 62.
Yes. So with your first swing, you let out, you swing your massive sword around, cleaving through them like hot butter, or a knife through hot butter. They are kind of fragile.
More fragile than the ones that we fought in the mountains.
Somewhat, yeah. These things seem much weaker.
Okay.
378 for the attack.
378? Shit.
I max rolled. I rolled 100 and then an 80.
And you have Zen, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. Alright, so that's going to be 370% of your damage.
518.
518. You maxed out the health that you can do to that.
Go team.
Yep. So instead, you only do 450 damage, as that is the total amount of life points that multiple has.
That's all right. I'm mostly meant to be a wall on this side.
I mean, that's good. You did max damage. If anything, that's what anyone can hope for the amount of multiples they can affect.
Fair.
All right. So, you swing through, cutting through a bunch of them. You turn around, swing through others. You see their bodies like flying overhead. It's very cinematic, very movie-like.
I could roll style if you want me to.
If you want to, sure. As you do that, Richard uses his ability. He starts emanating this kind of sickly green glow, and he motions with his hand, but the horde seems unaffected. They do not count as undead.
Can he target the ones we've killed?
If
Next
he
to
had
raise
a
them?
spell to raise them, yes. But that was not what he was trying to do this time.
No, that's what I mean. It's like next round, you can just raise all the shit that we've leveled.
It's possible, yeah.
They're probably super weak, so.
And yes, 225 style. It's as stylish as you want it to be.
Nice.
There's
a
various
scene
moments.
of slow motion.
Yeah, there's just various moments where the whole world just goes into slow-mo.
You look like one of those AAA video games, like showing off the graphics. Is it like slow motion? The sword like slices and like the little chips of ice flicker off, catching the light. They like refract your eye in one of the scenes.
It's very Devil May Cry.
170 style was totally worth the investment.
Now it's time for the horde to attack. First, I need to total up the amount of damage you guys did that round.
Oh man, I've always considered like getting increased reach, but I've never picked it up, and it keeps biting me in the ass.
So, you guys have dealt this round 2,389 damage. And, which suppresses two whole multiples of them. two in some part of it.
Ishtar laughing.
And then
Oh.
Ishtar suppressing 10 more on top of that. But that does mean that you guys get attacked 8 times each.
Fuck. What's the base damage on this, by the way?
It's a good question.
That's a very good question. I have damage barrier in this war.
That might save you guys a lot of damage in theory.
That might save you guys some damage, yes, as their damage is not that high. They have a base damage of 30.
I
I
have a
did-
barrier of 60.
Same.
So you guys don't have to worry about it.
They just thunk into his legs, and you just hear this deep chuckle, like contorted by the bear shift, as he realizes, oh ho ho.
I don't, so let's go.
Well, yeah, he doesn't
No.
realize you're about to get the shit kicked.
They're also all attempting to grapple onto y'all.
That one, yeah.
How effective is that against enormous?
Let's see. You are the 4th size up, right?
Mhm. Yeah, because no, I'm 5th. It's minuscule, small, medium, big, enormous. The only ones bigger are giant and colossal.
Technically, you're the 4th one because minuscule is a -1.
Okay.
On the size scale, anyway. It's kind of like D&D. So that means that they need 4 to get the equivalent of 1 grapple on you. Which means they can get 2 grapples off on you
Okay.
as they swarm you. Let's roll some dice.
It's World War Z bullshit.
And so we're going to have to take this one at a time based on your initiative. I'm going to need you all to roll 8. Well, you're going to have to roll a lot of times. So be prepared.
I will say Ishtar does have remaining. Xeon she did not spend, so she would throw up a basic shield around her and Richard.
How much can you accumulate?
Well, I accumulated because I get 80, and I needed 90 to do the wind. So
And you
I
got
had
2 turns of accumulation.
Yeah. So I have at least 70 remaining that I did not spend.
Okay, so you had a total of 160 for the round?
Yeah.
And you used 80, so you had... Or you used 90, so you had 70. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
And that can up to 2 people, so Richard just has to stay within the 60-foot radius of her. And it's a base shield with 300 life points.
Wait, are you doing your Shield of Life? Or your Shield of Peace or whatever?
Shield of Salvation.
Yeah.
That's the one she automatically throws up on instinct. For getting hit because her dodge is shit.
Because that covers, like, your entire party.
Nope. At cast at basic level, it can protect up to 2 people without a penalty.
Ah. Okay.
If I wanted to protect the entire party, I would need 100 Xeon.
I see. All right, we'll get to that. It's going to be a lot of rolls. So first, we're going to go up against Finwith. One second, it's rolling all my dice. Oh, don't add it together. Damn it. I just gotta hit the button 8 times then, huh?
Well, they don't do damage to me, so...
Yes, this is gonna be for something different.
Okay.
Grappling is
You
also
could have
not
just
affected by-
manually typed in /R however many D100s plus. Oh, because no, you don't want them to add together. That's right.
I don't want them to add together. That's what
Yeah.
happened last time. I think that's it.
Word of caution is grappling isn't affected by armor.
It's mostly the attack bonuses I'm worried about in this situation. So, go ahead and make a standard defense roll for me, please.
That's going to be 235.
Okay, now 1 minus 30.
Uh, 191.
Okay, now 1 minus 50.
Open roll on that one for 280. 281.
Okay, now minus 70.
Not 280 because it caps. Anyway. 156.
Now minus 90.
175.
Now minus 90.
188.
Now minus 90.
143.
And now minus 90.
180.
Okay. So, as they're all kind of crawling onto you, you know, World War Z style, you're swiping them off, moving them off of you, as you can feel they're attempting to bite and claw at your flesh, but they make no purchase. Next is gonna be Arthur. Let's roll a bunch of times again, shall we? 1 second, let me. All right, so go ahead and make a defense roll for me, please.
Will do. It's not great, but their attack rolls aren't great either. $177.
Okay, now minus 30.
Ah, shit. 147.
No. Roll again, minus 30.
Oh, okay. $173.
Now minus 50.
This is where the llama martial art comes in real handy.
130.
Yeah.
Sadly, don't have that one.
Now
No.
minus 70.
$90.
That's the fourth one, right?
Wait.
Yes. 0,
Yep.
30, 50, 70. Yes.
95, actually. I looked the wrong one.
Okay.
So,
Then minus 90.
$89.
All right, so that's one success on you. They can't hurt you, but you're being grabbed. We'll do the grapple at the end of the round. So that was 90. So minus 90 again.
$104.
Okay, and then minus 90 again.
$67.
2 successes on you. And minus 90 again.
$84.
3 successes on you. All right, I need you to make a contested strength check against their strength,
Oof.
which is increased by 1 for every success on you. Every success past the first, I should say.
I got 15 for the first one.
It's just one roll, so there's no first one.
Oh, the 15.
There's only one. All right, so they got a 12. So they're piling onto you, and you're trying your best. You kick them off, shoot a few, try to make some space. You don't get grappled this round, but it's getting scary. All right, next is Ishtar. You do not suffer any penalties for yours because you use a shield.
Sorry, it's been forever since we've done combat magic protection, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, so your first defense roll.
That is a 181.
181. You successfully block, but your shield takes damage. Your shield takes 15 damage on the first attack. Second defense.
That's a 187.
Okay, you successfully block, but your shield takes 36 more points of damage. I'll pull up a second calculator.
I'm currently keeping track of the health points.
Doesn't hurt to have a double check. Another defense roll for me, please.
That is a 179.
Success, but your shield takes 27 more points of damage. Another defense roll for me, please.
That's a 174.
Success, but you take 24 more points of damage to your shield. Another defense roll for me, please.
That is a 207.
Success, but your shield takes 39 points of damage. Another defense roll for me, please.
That's a 136.
Oh. Surprising. They actually get through your shield at that point, but they only get some scratches on you. You're holding your shield up the best you can. Some of the arms are kind of getting through and scratching you. Not enough for significant damage. But your shield still takes 42 points of damage. Two more rolls, please.
That is a 171.
Success. Your shield takes 21 points of damage.
Last one's a 159.
Okay. Success, but your shield still takes 39 points of damage. For a grand total of 243 damage to your shield this round. Well, for your part of it anyway. Because Richard also has the same shield equivalently.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're defending, they're kind of getting through. You get scratched up a little bit. You see your shield starting to take damage as the horde is just pounding against it. Now it's Alexi's turn.
All right.
Alrighty. Looks like you're already doing your math over there. Third attack is minus 50. But let's go ahead and get everyone else caught up. What was your first roll?
233.
Success. Second roll, minus 30.
All this type thing.
Okay, 197, success. And success. So this is going to be your fourth roll, minus 70. Let's see. Fourth one. 2, 3, 4. You're fine. Next one, minus 90. Success, but barely. Next one, minus 90. Success, but barely. Next one, minus 90. Failure. Not enough for damage. But they will try to grapple you. And another one for minus 90. Success. Alrighty. So I need you to make a strength check.
$16 strength.
They got a 12. So you're fine. So the horde is coming on. You're doing your best. You're fending them off, cutting through some of them. They start to grapple onto you, but you manage to rip them off, throw them to the side. Last is going to be Richard, which is going to be Ishtar again, because it's your shield.
Whew. Kind of sad I pissed that 390 away, but it's fine.
Alrighty. Hope you have your calculator on hand. It's going to be some fun. So first roll. Success. Your shield takes 21 points of damage. How many life points does your shield have?
It had 300 total. It's currently down to 57. Now reduced by that down to 36.
Yep. Okay. It's gonna get a little helter-skelter here. Another defense roll, please. Success. Your shield takes 15 points of damage. Now roll, please. Success, but your shield takes another 15 points of damage. Now roll, please. Holy crap!
Hold on a
2,000.
215.
No, no worries.
It's only
I mean-
fair. I give you shit for your typos. It's only fair you finally call me out in public on it.
Ishtar like temporarily turns into a gyro dragon.
So this one causes your shield to shatter, as the horde is just too much. This one's going to attack Richard. Richard's going to use his shield because he still has Xeon left for the round.
Does his also protect Ishtar?
No, unfortunately, his necromantic shield does not.
You would sustain extreme penalties.
His next one, he succeeded. He succeeded barely. I rolled a 5. What he has? Oh my god, he has so many more. Let's see, that was that one. Okay, so I got 3 more. Pass. Super pass. Pass. And his shield takes. What was that? That's 33. 42. 27. 39. So his shield takes 174 damage, well within his shield's health range, as he's defending against them. And that's the end of that round. Oh, goodness. All right, next round, starting with Finwith.
On a positive note, we were down 10 of those units. That could have
You
hit
guys
us.
are down 12 thanks to the work of the group.
Yeah.
All right, time for yon big hits.
So if you're making area attacks, it's minus 50.
Mhm. Okay. Oh, and with my level up, I hit 200 attack.
Nice. That means you only botch on a 2 or 1.
Well, Finwith doesn't.
Ah, then it's a 4 or 1 through 4.
But it does mean I get to make another attack.
That's true.
This one will be a
Oh, fuck, I
241.
could have made another one. Oh, well.
Sorry, anyway, what?
241.
241. 1 second, I'm looking up the... I think it has the reach for enormous on here. Otherwise, I'll have to make it up. Action area plus or 5 feet.
I definitely remember all 3 of us getting slapped by a bear, so.
Matter of fact, there's a nice indent from one of them in the cave.
Oh no, there's an indent for all 3 of us. He just only brought up the fact that yours is there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, add 50. Your size automatically gives you area attack.
Nice.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's an innate ability based on your size. You don't need to declare any special attack nor apply any penalties when executing it.
Oh, in that case, then that was a 91 plus 200, so 291, then cap down for inhumanity.
Pretty solid hit.
Yes.
So, now the thing is it's only 5 feet, which makes no sense. I mean, I guess that's a 5-foot radius, so it actually hits 10 foot, 10 feet, 10 feet. So if we carve that,
I mean,
into
it would
art-
have to be because all three of us would get like hit at the same time.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
AoE
yeah,
for
yeah.
that swipe.
So essentially, how it works is rather than like Alexi who swipes 5, you swipe 10.
Okay. I mean, I'll take anything. So.
Which is 150 feet, right?
Don't suppose you have the key ability increased reach, do you?
Not yet. But I do have an Arthur over there.
So this
Unless
will
I'm allowed to just
actually-
spontaneously grab that, because I have the martial knowledge now.
So this will actually hit 3 multiples rather than the 1.5 that Alexi was doing.
Okay.
Which is good. So you got, what was your number? Sorry.
Caps at 280, yeah.
280. Okay, capped at 280. So 280% of your damage.
Alright, that is 392.
Times 3.
1,176. Yeah.
1,196, right?
1,176.
70.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And Big Bear, do big slap. They go flying too, because it's impact.
Yep, so you carve through a bunch of them, sending them flying. That's your first attack. Second attack, minus 25.
Uh, 237.
Okay, so 230% of your damage.
That is going to be 322.
Times 3.
966.
Jesus. And your third attack.
Yeah.
Minus 50.
212.
Okay, so
10 times 3. 630. Hi, I do a lot of damage.
all right, and something I think we never really considered. You do hand to hand, right? You can make an offhand
Yes.
attack at minus 10 or minus 30.
Fuck
yeah, and actress.
Absolutely.
So offhand, minus 30.
Oh, yes. Open roll, hell yeah. Okay, no, it was a 60. I thought I open rolled again. This unfortunately does still cap it at 280, but otherwise would be 334.
So 280 times 3.
That's 1,176 again.
Finwith in this round has done 4,748 damage.
Hell yeah.
This is gonna be fun dealing out who dealt the most damage at the end of this session.
They're just
I am-
flying everywhere.
I am keeping track.
I have a feeling it's me Finwith because I can only do it once per round. They can do it like 4.
Oh, this is the best. If he could smile properly at this point, he is suddenly delighted with himself because this is just fun. He just gets to toss them everywhere. I mean, it sucks because he doesn't. Well, he's not getting mauled like you guys, but it's not as fun as a fight where it's actually challenging. But it is kind of amusing to toss stuff places. Especially because he doesn't feel like super great still, so like it's nice to see he's still got it.
So as
Sometimes
you
you
slide
gotta
right through, they're just going everywhere, flying off, hitting the various trees. It's what you would imagine a giant attacking a bunch of zombies would look like.
There's like a wind just blast by in addition to your wind from each swipe. It's a whistling sound between the big old claws.
Slight pause, like, wait, that's not something I cast. Oh.
There's branches snapping everywhere as he shifts.
Next is going to be Arthur's turn.
Area
This is
attack and
ridiculous.
shoot.
Admittedly, I can't do the damage you shooting 6 miles scorched earth policy would do, but you'd be
Oh,
hitting some
God,
weird shit. DM, how much experience do you get for nuking a 6-mile long line?
6 mile line.
Zero.
Him to the
'cause that
Wipeout City
sounds-
question.
Zero,
Zero.
because they didn't stand a chance.
271 for my area attack.
Okay, so 270% of your damage. Times. Well, we'd see. You hit.
We could fit 5 of them in there.
5. So times 5.
1,620.
Okay. And your shots.
First shot, offhand. $266.
260% of your damage divided by 5.
$62.4.
Okay, and your next one.
$192.
And that was
Second
minus
25.
25 on the last one, and then minus 10 on this one.
Oh no, mine other way around. Minus 10 on the last attack.
Oh,
Minus
okay.
25 on this one.
And what
I
was
can
it?
only have. That's going to be 192. I don't have 3 attacks yet.
I mean, you do. You have 2 attacks and then your offhand attack.
I mean, like 3. You know.
3 of the cool kid
Normal
attacks. I get
Yeah,
you.
3 of the cool ones. You know.
And what's that divided by 5?
Oh yeah.
I'd show you how to turn into a giant bear man, but I can't. You don't know it.
45.
You can show me Zen though.
45.
45.6. Yeah.
Okay, now we're on to Ishtar. You maintain your spell, so spend those Xeon for that.
Yep.
Go ahead and make a strength check on that one for me, please. D10 plus 10.
That is a 15.
Okay, you beat their 11. You continue suppressing that side of the battlefield.
Okay. She is holding on to her remaining Xeon for. Well, might as well just cast Threat up for a shield now. That remains for Xeon. Since she knows she's gonna get attacked.
Okay.
And she's gonna do the basic one again. She can't afford the higher one yet.
Okay.
And Devin, just so you and Alexi know, my style to look cool, side sweeping a bunch of not zombies is 176.
Nice.
All right, we're up to Alexi.
It's almost absurd, you could say, how cool we look.
Almost. Yeah, he's going to continue sweeping his side of the battlefield. So let's go. At a minus 50, it's going to be a 240 attack.
.240 attack. Okay. So that's gonna be so 240% of your damage.
336.
336, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Second attack, minus 25.
$186.
186, so 180% of your damage.
$252.
Okay. And I guess your last attack, since you forgot that last round.
Yeah, I should have countered an attack on the 390 or something.
Yeah. Granted, it would have done 1/5 the damage, but you know, whatever.
It's more damage.
Minus 50.
And to be fair, I cleared out everything I could hit with my attacks the first go. Okay. Minus 50. 75. That is going to be a 125. Oh, sorry. I need to add that as well. That is going to be a 157.
Okay, so 150% of your damage.
$210.
Okay. So again, as everyone is kind of like Avengers mode in this, as they're all just like taking out hordes, swinging massive fists, shooting exploding guns, wielding giant frost covered blades, pushing a huge wind out. This is a necromancer's dream, as you have provided a lot of bodies for your good friend Richard to use here. So,
the arch wizard necromancer finally gets to raise a fucking army.
oh no, it's worse. He's going to use Necromantic Chimera.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
As it's
Fuck it up,
it's a
Richard.
spell that can only be used in the presence of dozens of corpses.
Richard, no.
He is living his best life.
Considering the situation, he is going to have to use one of his unique abilities to burn away his life essence to increase the Xeon he can cast within a round.
I mean, who wouldn't?
It's the opportunity he has. So he sits there as he begins incantating and gesturing. His body is beginning to glow, but this kind of smoke kind of emanates from the various orifices on his body. And through the side of his mouth, through his nose, even through just like the corner of his eyes, as he watches his body kind of starts to almost emaciate. It looks like as he burns away his life essence, as this spell costs 250 Xeon. And now he is going to essentially summon a creature that you guys get to see.
And yay, it's made out of meat.
It's made out of a lot of mottled skinned meat. And blood. And tree.
I think the word you were looking for was entries.
Yeah. I've been waiting to break this one out. Didn't think I was going to break it out in this fashion.
Yeah, you thought it would be against us, not with us.
That's true.
We beat Black Sun to the drop.
Come on, Tim, the mottled corpse, you can do this.
One second as I load this into Roll20.
Jeez.
Yes.
Ah, it's that thing.
It's the Necro
Yes.
Golem.
Another fucking Anima design that's
I
like
love
so busy.
I love the stupid little back leg that's absolutely useless down there at the bottom. He's just got like one little puppy paw, and then there's this horrible amalgam.
But
Never
yes,
know.
you
Richard
guys
is
watch
delighted.
as all the pieces kind of just start slurping together in some cases and attaching in others, as rising up from this horde of creatures is this monstrosity.
It's probably not okay.
Despite the sacrifice he's made, I can just imagine the biggest grin that he has right now.
I hope Richard's proud of himself.
He is very proud of himself. This is something he's only had in theory, and now he gets to put it to the test. Oh my god! I forgot some of the shit this thing can do.
You know what this means, though? All of the,
I'm gonna pry a piece of that thing off.
no,
Hey, Richard, can I have a piece of your pet?
the fighting party members have just realized that there's a guy who can give them battles that they can gain experience. I'm just kidding.
We can spar with it. Make it fight us. Make it fight us. Listen, I'll kill so much random shit for you to make some of these little monstrosities if you let me fight them for fun and steal pieces of them for perks.
The poor head of the Magus Order. Why is Richard suddenly vanishing for long periods of time?
He did say he was in a place where the wake was thin.
Yeah,
But-
right now, but afterwards.
We go back to Rosencratz and they're like, alright, time for the parties to split back up. Fidwith grabs him. No, you can't have this one. It makes fun things.
Hey, he
Also,
is
we're gonna
interested
go-
in the Lich.
We are gonna go fight a bunch of undead. But I'm sure he would also probably like the whole Book of the Dead thing.
True.
I do like his horrible pet.
So, as it rears up, it gets to go now. It can make 3 attacks.
It's Lucille noises again! Except amplified by a lot more mouths. Come on, you gotta make some wetter noises in there for the Lucille like vibe. That toned underneath the roaring. Perfect.
Anyway, it's gonna do something really, really fun. It's going to launch. It's gonna use Cannon of Bodies.
It's just gonna vomit parts of itself at them. It's gonna vomit them back at themselves.
You see as it undulates and seems to form masses within its long snake-like hide. They begin to emanate and glow this sickly energy as it launches these three large blasts that hit an area. Though the blast itself doesn't do damage. Instead, the bodies seem to emanate this corrosive, disgusting blackness that melts the bodies of these individuals.
Just turns into a spits SCP goop at people.
Yes.
I can totally see a video game with like the early version of this, and it's just gonna be like ragdoll physics on a whole bunch of bodies that just fly out.
Gmod like body physics thumping.
You die from the collisions.
So it launches these bodies, which affect areas of 30 feet each,
GG.
with a 30-foot radius each.
Oh, Jesus, that's even more. That's a lot more.
So
Now that's
that
a lot of
is-
damage.
That's They have to make an MR check, or their flesh just begins to rot away as it inflicts curse of flesh.
Not
Obviously.
quite smooth.
So I rolled just a general MR check for them, which is only 45. Versus
So they all
a
start rotting.
DC of 120.
They're fucked.
They have a shot.
So, how many
I thought he said
feet
he'd already.
is in that? Oh no.
In a 30-foot radius.
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
You can
Four?
make a ring.
her? I don't know. That's kind of a weird one because it's long ways, yeah, but technically you have to account for this side too. So
It's 60. So it's 60 across and 60 up and down. So it affects a 60 by 60 foot. So yeah, it affects 60. Okay.
The area of a 60-foot diameter
Oh, yeah, so
circle.
four multiples anyway.
Yeah, 4 multiples. So easy,
Perfect.
easy. Overthinking it.
I was just gonna give you the square feet and make you hurt that way.
So
Which is a lot.
equivalently, this thing does 75 damage
It's nearly 3,000 square feet.
times 4 times 3. So that's going to be 900 damage to the horde as a whole from the Necro Golem.
And Richard joins us on the scoreboard. Well, Richard's weird human centipede does. I hate the system. Fucking
Not,
ridiculous.
not only that, but they also suffer an all-action penalty
Oh,
equal
yay.
to the amount. So, for all intents and purposes, Richard nukes 12 magnitude are just useless this next round.
So 12 from him and 10 from you. Fucking phenomenal. So it turns out we were actually very equipped for a horde fight.
I mean, Richard had to sacrifice 70 hit points.
Oh, we don't care about his hit points. He'll be fine.
He had to. He was never going to get another chance like this. He looks rather satisfied, if not even more sickly than he did a moment ago.
It's that petty sickness. Like the laugh, but you also go after.
So with that end of the rounds, let's total up our total damage so far.
I love murder.
I'm surprised Ripley's not sitting on Alex for all this murder.
It's so much murder, it's actually drained her batteries.
I don't know where she is. She might be tired.
Oh, she might be murdering.
That too.
I want to check on your roommates.
Don't look up.
She just drops.
So funny. By the way, when do we think this combat's gonna end?
Never.
I have class.
No, you don't.
Well, it's going to be quite easy after this round. You guys have done 10,562 damage
Fuck yeah.
to this horde. You've equivalently cut it in half. And might I say, 2 combat rounds.
It's 12
Might I
seconds.
say.
Wait, is it 5 seconds in Anima?
It's a little bit more ambiguous. There's about 5 per minute.
Okay.
I'm glad we ran in the Jericho campaign, though. We were not equipped for this fight.
I hope some of the First Lords like finally like getting like a ping of like awareness of like shit going on in the forest and just looks over and is like, The fuck?
With
Kids these days
Ishtar
built different.
suppressing 10 multiples and Richard suppressing 12 multiples, you guys have suppressed more than the Horde currently has for the round. So, considering everything stays as usual, you guys end up dealing with the Horde after this point with no further concern.
Fenwith delightfully mows them down.
We just had to create enough bodies. That's all.
Hey, we
And
finally
then
got
he
to see a
turns on-
Necro Golem, though. Ishtar's kind of glad she's not going to be going into Black Sun with the possibility of this thing being there.
They have worse than that.
Oh, she knows that. She's sitting there going, oh, that's one of the things that could happen. I'm glad that's not me.
Yeah, you guys now in that first and most of the second round produced 117 bodies for Richard to utilize.
Just out of curiosity, how many did he need for a bare basic? Is there no like set minimum?
There's no set minimum. It's just you need
Just a large amount of bodies.
it says, however, they cannot create the entity from scratch. In order to develop it, you must gather pieces from several corpses. If looking to endow any power of essential ability, he must find the bodies of beings that possess those powers. So, for instance, he could have taken people who used key and make a key monster with it, if he had so chosen. But this one was a slightly different one. It's a necromantic golem that just is based on bodies, lots and lots of bodies, and utilizing bodies. I say for the creation of a necro golem, actually, I might say in the lore.
Which means, in theory, if you get enough dragons for it, you could stitch a bunch of dragons together and get a Draco Necro Golem.
God, that'd be terrifying.
Yeah, these things are created by multitudes of hundreds of bodies. So the one he created was the smallest one he could have. To be fair, the one he made could fire about 5 shots of bodies before being out of ammunition. They can get up to 10 bodies worth of ammunition.
I hate necromancy.
Also, they can
Delightful.
consume bodies on the battlefield to replenish their stores.
Oh well, there's plenty of ammunition by the end of this.
Yes.
Or you could just make an even better one.
So, after near almost a full minute of combat, you guys managed to whittle down the horde down to its smallest bits, creating utter devastation across the battlefield. And Meridonia is now considering her safety in this group, as she didn't really understand how powerful you guys were until this moment.
I figured
She
someone
should
becoming
consider
200 feet
herself
tall should have been a
honored.
first indication.
On the bright side, we can't hurt her until she leaves.
Yeah, so she's fine.
Yeah, if anything, she wants to stick to you guys more now because she's afraid if she leaves, that she'll come back across you all.
So as they're finally whittling down the last, and there's not satisfying enough of numbers anywhere, Fenwith kind of shakes off the form, cracks back down to size, hauling off sheets of fur, and tosses it aside where it disintegrates. And stretches out.
Ishtar immediately has questions because you did mention fighting a giant bear, so she's curious if that's the full height of the bear.
Nope.
How much bigger was it?
I stand about as tall as it did on all fours.
Jeez.
Its head was describes about the size of a Volvo.
Anywho, so you guys have wrecked this part of the forest, and for the moment have secured some safety.
Gluttony, wait, come fuck with us. If found out.
It's probably safe to pick up Bloodvine now, right?
What's left to come over?
If you
Maybe.
guys want to try collecting some, hopefully you guys have a vial or something to keep it within.
Mm. She's like just looking in the bag. I don't unless someone wants to check. You know what? She like pulls out one of the health vials. Richard looks like he needs it.
I think he should be fine. Those things are pretty powerful.
No, but he did sacrifice his health.
Oh, that's a good point. If it's sacrificial health or not. 'Cause that has special rules and whatnot.
It is sacrificial health, actually.
Except because she doesn't really fully know sacrificial health, she offers him the potion.
And he just weighs it off, and he's just like, it was worth it, but my body won't be able to reconstitute for a while.
Okay.
So in the meantime, we'll be keeping this thing along as the giant golem thing
Just eating all the bodies.
creepily is just like going through and just like snaking through the bodies. Just...
Got a personal
Plays a game
vacuum
of
here.
Snake.
Before it submerges beneath the ground because it has terrain travel.
So, what all can that thing do?
He just looks at you, and he's like,
No, I don't want
to
a piece of that one. Oh no, I don't mind you telling me what it could do. I just don't think I can use any of that.
No, its parts are mostly made of whatever these things are. He looks at him.
No, unless those things themselves have some type of abilities.
They might.
Then,
But, yeah. So with that, you guys are going to continue moving through the forest. The Necro Golem is going to give you guys some breathing room, as it's more than enough to fuck up anything. This thing is damn near unstoppable in this forest, by the way. Even hitting that thing causes the Curse of Flesh effect to happen. And then
Jesus.
every body it consumes gives it 125 life points.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, this thing's an unstoppable monstrosity.
Not only that, but every body it gets, it can assimilate the corpse, adding new
Yeah,
parts
so it's
and
getting
attacks to it.
bigger.
Jesus.
By
Like
the
I
end,
said,
it's gonna be
it's
the
like
10-shot one.
Snake.
Richard must be over the fucking moon. Fuck the man cold. And yeah, the sacrificial help.
Despite sacrificing over half his hit points, he's never felt more alive.
Watching
Is
the
something
dead.
have to maintain as she watches it burrow under the ground?
It's only 25 daily.
Excuse me?
I mean, it requires so much material, I fucking guess. Sure, Anima. He can keep his giant fuck off centipede.
Well then, since I don't know if we're ever going to possibly leave the wake, she like just pulls out the stone. You might want to hold on to this just in case we accidentally leave the wake.
That's a fair assumption.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be fighting a bunch of crazy stuff, I want to see that thing around as long as we can.
Yeah, don't.
That's gonna be fun to
him
see.
suddenly dropping as soon as we leave.
By the way, so how this part of the forest works, those husks will go out and devour anything that comes within the range of the forest. After filling themselves up with all kinds of viscera, blood, and gore, they go back to the roots of the trees, which they connect to, feeding the trees the life force that they consumed. These are like a mosquito hive mind tree.
Jesus.
And we've just ruined their ecosystem. I'm
Hmm.
sure it'll be fine though. It's the wake. And again, a forest.
But yeah, that's gluttony in this layer of hell. And man, we're just going deeper. I'm excited. It was a slow increase. First ghosts, then a succubus, whatever. Now hordes and hordes of man-eating fruit plants.
And now something worse on our side. Question: if he's already made it, can it still consume new bodies and like gain new abilities, or is it just limited to the body blorb thing right now?
It can continue growing and getting stronger.
He can't leave this thing in the Gehenna Forest when we leave. This needs to die before we go.
He's gonna destroy
Yeah.
it. To be fair, this is only because he's an archmage of necromancy.
Yeah.
Because that's a level 8
And he'll never get to
creature.
do this anywhere else.
That's true. But yeah, again, I find it hilarious that you guys you were bridal carrying this high level necromancer earlier, making fun of his man cold, and then he pulls this shit out, and you're like, oh right, necromancer, I forgot.
I mean, we're still gonna make fun of his man cold.
Oh,
I know.
totally.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how strong somebody is. That just means they need to be ribbed more.
It's a shame Doc's not here to enjoy this.
Well, I don't know
Enjoying
if Doc
thinking
would
of-
enjoy
Enjoy
it.
is not the word.
Oh no, more enjoying the fact that Richard is being such a wimp for a simple cold.
Oh
The
yeah,
fact
no,
that
he would have been
proud-
enjoying that beforehand until
Yeah,
we get to
afterwards.
this point, and then he's like,
Though, my god, is Doc safe as fuck in this forest. They run to grab you and they just disintegrate.
I mean, he still doesn't want things to touch him.
True.
Imagine, you're touch starved. No one ever touches you. The only things that do are trying to hurt you. Oh, yay!
By the way, I just want to read this ability because it's metal as fuck. So, it has an ability called Mortal Pustule. When a necrogolem absorbs a body that died from curse of flesh, it can create a sack full of infected blood. At will, the aberration is able to cause it to explode to rain blood, causing it to rain its blood. In the turn after the sack is broken, everyone within 80 feet of the necrogolem automatically suffers the effects of curse of flesh, requiring a higher check of MR 140.
And it
This
just has
sack-
tons of these now.
Yes, the sack can be destroyed if it takes more than 50 points of damage. But if destroyed, it is destroyed, it automatically explodes. So
So as long as this thing's nowhere near us, it's just a walking bomb carrier.
by the way, Black Sun has these.
Yeah, don't doubt it.
Not surprised.
Hey, Arthur, you're allowed to go on your vengeance quest. Murder all
Oh
of them.
yeah. Once I level up, he's becoming like I've made up my mind. Arthur's developing Nemesis.
Murder all the people who are currently maintaining these things.
Arthur is about to get 3 fun Nemesis abilities.
And hey, you can teach Giant Bear Man while you're doing your key stuff, and then
Yeah.
we can all continue to fuck up the Gehenna Forest so that Cameron can more comfortably use things that will fuck us up in turn. So with the giant necromantic golem.
Hey, good news, good news. Black Sun probably doesn't have more than 10 of these.
Oh good.
Oh, only 10.
Just 10.
I mean, hey, what's another bubbled city? We can increase that number.
Not only that, but these are based on creatures that possibly have already existed in the world, that are possibly lying in wait in slumber somewhere in the world.
Oh great. Thank you. Christ.
Arthur better find some good, strong help.
Man, Anima is such a janky ass system, but my god, do they have fucking cool shit.
Some ridiculous scaling. But like, Jesus.
Anyway, let's go ahead and do experience so Alex can get to bed.
I must sleep.
So,
I guess it is 5:38.
that's fair.
I'm never gonna sleep after this. And in the opposite way than most people saying that thing.
General interpretation. I think there was some decent roleplay this session. You guys had some good moments. The dreams I liked were really good. I'll give you guys 15 points for that. For being here today, 3 experience points. Good ideas. I'll give you guys 5 experience points because you guys actually set up to like suppress a large amount of these things and had a mostly coherent plan despite not having anything very specific. Difficult actions, none that I can really think of. Difficulty, no segment closure, but that combat you guys get 5 experience points. It was mostly in your guys' favor. You were vastly more powerful than these things were. The fight was mostly just if you guys botched at the wrong time, things could spiral out of control really, really fast. But you guys were generally stronger than these things. Even at a negative 90 penalty, you guys were still crushing their numbers. It was just a game of math in the end. And you guys didn't roll shitty enough for this to be a bad event. So, 5 experience points for that. Most damage dealt. It was a close one. Because Arthur...
Yeah, I only got 1 turn.
Yeah. In the first and second rounds of combat, did... $3,344 damage overall in this combat. It's a lot of damage. But Finwith, with 1 round of combat, did 4,740
Yeah.
hits. It's easy when your arms are just fucking giant buildings swinging through enemies.
Terrifying.
King Kong Bear Man. Ishtar and Richard got to see his big shift for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Most damage taken, I will say we'll go to Ishtar. Your shield is kind of your lifeline, so we will count it as such as there is nothing else that was as close. Also, you got scratched once. So, you know.
Yeah, we're out of the running.
ooh,
They
it touched
physically
me.
can't hurt us. Richard over there like this fucking raisin. Oh no, you got scratched.
The Face Award. We'll go to Finwith for keeping everyone's spirits up and actively communicating with the party.
He gets bored. He wants to talk. Love him.
Utility Award goes to Ishtar for suppressing half the zombie horde, or half the husk horde, for the entire combat.
GG support.
Magic is great, and especially when you're not like, hey guys, I can do everything. It's even better. You let everyone else shine, and you get to shine.
Except when you find out
Pity
your ritual
Award.
doesn't work for breaking banishments.
The Pity Award will go to Alexi, as you are the only one who is kind of not suited for this kind of combats in the group. You had your big swipes, which let you hit the single, like multitudes.
That's
Yeah.
alright. We'll just get you a cool area effect ice attack.
Lexi goes up to Anastasia. Hey, can I borrow that sword for a minute?
I mean, Alexi got to shine in the tournament, and that was the
True.
ultimate one-on-one. So
Yeah, single combat, like 1-on-1, Alexi's terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fuck billion armor and the multi-attack penalties. It's a fucking nightmare.
It can get scary.
I'm happy Sebastian didn't have to fight you. That would have been unwinnable.
I mean, if Sebastian had gone up against
Any
him
of
or
you.
Finwith, it's basically just like, no.
No, I'm done.
I know how this
I'll still
one ends.
fight. I'm still going to do this, but I know how it ends.
also,
Also,
I'd
you will
like
have to touch me.
give like kind of an early player award nomination could out for Ishtar and Alexi for your dreams. It can be hard to kind of come up with that subconscious stuff, and I really appreciate you guys taking the effort to make some interesting dreamscapes for us to observe. So go ahead and take those.
It was super fun that I got to be like a blended dream too, which is
And
such an
theme
interesting
cool, man.
concept.
and theme wise, it kind of really fit.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
kind of match. It just like thematically makes sense that you guys
I
had similar dream types, and so they merged.
yeah, I imagine like the snow and like the like mist coming down the mountains, like blurring into the mountains of Hoffman and stuff, and the idea of like the chapel doors like being blocked by the mist and stuff is a really cool moment.
I agree.
They're very nice. And additionally, thank you, Lexi, for being team bro.
Of course.
Also, I want to say, in that combat, you guys defeated essentially 220 enemies in
Hell yeah.
less than 20 seconds.
We're terrifying.
There's a
That's
reason
what high
why
level
we-
heroes do in this game.
I want to make sure I reiterate to you guys just how powerful you really are.
That's the level 8 talking. I
And
tried
you
to
guys-
explain to some people like the difference between like Anima's power levels versus D&D's and being like yeah, so for example, I just hit level 8. That's like equivalently like a level 17 or something character in D&D just on like the like a that's not even counting like some of the crazy abilities that make it there aren't level 20 abilities in D&D that can do that.
Sure.
It's really hard because a level 8 character in Anima has a range of power depending on how they're
Yeah.
built. You can make a level 8 derp.
But at the
But
same
you can-
time, you could make a character that like Arthur. There's no D&D character that could do anything that Arthur can do.
Nothing.
He is so far beyond.
And he's going to get worse.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, well, that's the power of key in this system. And then magic is just kind of the crazy 8 that's like, you don't know what it's going to do. It could do anything.
It could be
careful.
useless. It could be like mind breaking. It could be game breaking.
Yeah.
God knows.
They range like levels do. But yeah, you guys took 220 enemies easily and could have taken more with honestly not much more problems. Once you guys started getting a hold of the combat situation, there was I could have thrown an infinite number of those creatures at you, and you just would have all died to starvation before you actually went down.
Actually, I'm sure we have enough time to like take a break for Arthur. Arthur would be fine. He's like, hold on. Spends one round eating and drinking something really quick. All right, I'm fine.
Both of you to assume I'll need to eat after
Though
this.
it would probably also get scary once the Xeon and Key reserves start running out.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
not-
I would run out of Xeon.
Yeah.
I got down to 250, and it's 40 per round for the Conspion. Or for that level.
I don't know. Was this fight interesting to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fun as hell.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, I gotta see big number, dude.
It's
That's
fun.
all I want.
Big numbers are satisfying because Monkey Brain says ooh,
Yes.
ooh. And then super easy combats where you just laid away shit is fun because you
So
get
it's
to
fun.
see how far you've come. And then super hard fights are really fun because you're spending the entire time going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh god, oh man. There's the range in Anima is always interesting. And
Hell, you
also,
guys-
I like the idea of us doing like all these superhero moves. Is like the camera turns around in a circle, you're getting to see what each like individual's doing, while Richard's just standing there in the middle. Do 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 do.
That's our thing too. Fighting this giant horde of monsters, easy. Fighting the Necro Golem that Richard summoned, kinda eh.
Fenwith would still give it a couple like 1-2s, and then his hands would be like, "No, stop that, please." Cursed flesh.
It's funny you mention that because like a lot of these combat stuff, I can picture it really easily because I have already in my screenwriter brain been like, if say for example I had to write out like a Critical Role-esque intro for each of these campaigns, what would it look like? I've already done that. I've already planned out how I think they'd look. And like to accentuate everyone's power like individually and then work together to take down one big
Well, obviously
thing.
now you gotta find an animator and give them the
Oh yeah.
The real
If that-
Vegas coin trick.
If that ever comes like into play, I will write one.
So, before we go, player nominations and/or kudos.
I already
Please,
said
go.
mine for Alexi, which was just thanks for all the little bro moments and just both of them being these big old meathead jocks. Like everybody else, succubus. Them like, you know what? Might as well bang. Making fun of them and their low constitutions, burritos people, and they're just like, okay. Looks at tiny man.
You know, that's fair.
Makes fun of.
For Big Mountain Men, you guys get the Big Mountain Man award for this session.
We're just wholesome.
Kudos to Arthur for just looking at Meridania and just going, fuck off.
Your pettiness.
He's so mad,
Delightful.
but he can't do anything.
Yeah. Bound by a deal you didn't make.
Yep. It's what makes him the most upset. Like, he had no part in this. He woke up, was face to face with, I possessed you. This is the situation you're in. And he's being like, I can't do anything about it. I'm filled with such rage.
Take a secondary pity award for having to deal with Meridania. I hope Meridania has been adding to the sessions somewhat.
Oh, yeah, she's been fun to listen to.
Oh, the moment. Depending on, I guess, how she acts prior to her eventually leaving. Because I can see Arthur just going like, oh, she's leaving. Deal's over.
Time for me to get the
10
6-mile
bullets.
shot.
Because that's how angry he is.
Finwith for once having a great time. He loves it when people are nice. And he's her favorite. The bar couldn't be lower. And then Ishtar just being inquisitive, asking questions, but also weaponizing asking questions. So it's
Also
like, oh,
just-
so you're not going to answer Finwith? Oh, maybe I need to know.
Also, just shitting on Richard.
Yeah.
Oh, he's too sick, guys. What if you just carried him? It's like,
Finwith, yeah,
I
sure.
will not be outdone. He just goes like-
Ishtar, for your pettiness towards Hell Knight. Go ahead and take a player award. Poor Richard.
Hey, he's been an asshole the entire journey he's been with them. This is payback.
Oh, I know. He knows he deserves this. He's trying to preserve his dignity as much as
Deserves
possible.
this? Come on, you guys are talking like being bridal carried around by Finwith isn't like the best.
I did love the heavy blanket scene where Richard is just all like, well, I can't possibly stop you. It's just like,
Richard's been a blast this entire time in the forest, too. It's just so much fun.
And every time we mention it, we get to imagine Neridania just in the background, like floating over someone's shoulder with this shit-eating grin of like, oh yeah, suffer, all of you. And it's all my fault.
Yep, that's exactly Meridania in a nutshell. Again, I love this group of adventurers holding in their arms, just completely belittling a very
Probably like one of
high-level
the most
necromancer
powerful necromancers.
who, for a lot of you, could probably just snap and kill you. Like,
Yeah.
you'd just be like, dead, make a 160 MR check or you die.
Yeah,
at this
I
point,
would have to
probably
make
very deadly.
a 75. 785. Unless it's to not die, in which case I get a +5.
Oh, that's right.
So yeah, I would have a 90.
Yeah, that'd be you have a 30% success rate on that roll.
Yeah. A whole 30.
But yeah, any other player nominations and/or kudos?
Just more kudos for Finwith being his lovable self.
I'm glad people enjoy him. I love him so much. I'd say a kudo to Arthur's like, I go look in the tree. Don't go look in the tree. Immediately, we don't have a choice but to look at the tree. It was small, but just his reaction of nope,
Also,
instant regret.
I also love the part where like people were humoring Fenwith and Alexi on what if we just like froze and took like the thing because this seems like useful for Fenwith and everybody's just like, please don't actually act on it. Please don't actually act on it.
I gotta say, I did like also the like I respect a powerful sneeze.
yeah.
Yeah, that was really
That was
good.
really good.
Yeah. Alexi definitely deserves an award for I respect a powerful sneeze. Just the most strange criteria anyone has ever made for like you've earned my respect.
Got some spam in the chat.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Or perhaps just another language.
Funny enough, for the entire time Ishtar had a cold, it was pretty much me just rolling on her magic initiatives. And it was mainly just it being either cold around her, the fragility spell on a random plant, or the create fire and it's just the spits of fire because she can't fully control it.
You
While
get
she's
0 experience because they never stood a chance.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Polish.
I when I download the episode, I may make a
Sorry,
highlight.
none of us are Poles. I don't know what you're saying.
I might make a highlight of the sneeze bit when I'm downloading the.
Hello, none of us speak Polish. Sorry.
Hello. Sorry. We're also ending the stream here. So
Gotta let Alex sleep.
Yeah, I had to take the earlier class because
Yeah,
like
that's you.
yeah, I was gonna take the class at 2 and I was like, yay, I don't need to turn on early for Anima game. And then everyone in my like work group is like, I have to take the earlier one because it conflicts with my schedule. I was being like, oh, all right, I want to work
Morning
with these
people.
They had to because like class like requirements, they just changed when our class was last second. It was on Tuesdays, and then they just like said nope, Mondays.
All right. Well, that brings me to 1,308 experience. How far we have come.
All right, well, I'm going into Nemesis. I'm gonna get some fun fucking abilities.
And next go around, before we run into the Master of Gluttony, that's somewhere out here that Fenwith wants to tango with, you and me are gonna have to talk about some key.
Hell yeah. He was actually gonna ask you guys because I'm getting an ability that he wants to like test out on you guys.
Oh, Fenwith is always down to get his ass kicked for fun.
Oh,
and
it's not that.
experimentation.
It's not like that. It's
Aw.
literally, I need you to check if you can sense me.
What?
Oh, so you just ask Alexi to try and sense you.
Basically.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
key
Key.
concealment.
But yeah,
No,
basically,
I
that's how
meant
it'll go.
Fenwith not knowing what the fuck they're
yeah,
going on
yeah.
about.
Yeah, probably what it'll go like.
Anyway, so thank you all for watching. If you're still watching the stream, if you have not done so already, please go ahead and follow. We have plenty more fun games like this. And I hope you all have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow for some Pathfinder 5e, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And yeah, everyone go ahead and say goodnight.
Night.
Good night.